Chapter 385. To the west was the vast sea and several large islands such as Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands. Most of them were under the control of Carthage. The Devers did not have the guts to offend another powerful force in the western Mediterranean when they were faced with the threat of Syracuse. As for occupying an enclave in Gaul, the Devers had never considered it, not to mention that the navy of Dionia was not very strong. At the same time, such a long-distance attack across the sea would not only waste the national strength, but it was also not guaranteed that they could defend it. Dionia's expansion was really restricted. How could they break out of this situation? The Devers fell into deep thought. September was the favorite month of the people of Dionia. Not only was it the harvest season, but it was also the month of the birth of Dionia's patron, Hades, on the 9th of September. Not only would there be a lively celebration, but the All-Dionia Rugby Union final would also be held. It was a month of celebration for the people of Dionia, especially in Thurii. Therefore, many Greek city-states, led by Athens, called September the month of Araphoporion, the month of deer shooting, used to worship Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. In Dionia, September was officially designated as the month of Hades. Similarly, April was also designated as the month of marriage, used to worship Hera. In many Greek city-states, the month of marriage was set in July. It was evident that Dionia had begun to gradually differ from the traditional Greek city-states in terms of life, customs, and culture. On this day, a young man named Megalese arrived at the port of Thurii. He was of medium height and not very strong, but his body was well-proportioned and vigorous. It was his first time coming to Thurii. He did not expect to see so many ships at the port. It took him a long time to get to the port, and then he squeezed out of the port. Outside the port, even the carriages and wagons had all been booked. He had to walk for more than an hour to the outskirts of Turin, where there was already a long queue. On the other hand, Megalese was not in a hurry. He queued up in an orderly manner while listening to the people around him excitedly chatting about what kind of large-scale performances will be held in the Victory Square during this year's Hades celebration, or guessing which city's football team would be the champion this year, as he walked along with the crowd. When he was interrogated by the city guards, it was already past noon. Although he was hungry and thirsty, he still had to patiently answer the city guards' questions. A citizen of Dionia? If not, please go back. For the next few days, foreigners and freedmen are not allowed to enter the city of Turin. I'm a citizen of Dionia. My name is Megalese, and I live in Cremissa. My serial number is 1356. Megalese spoke fluently. The city guard stared at him and said, "Show me your identity card." According to the suggestion of the Devers, the year before last, Dionia had created a palm-sized bronze plate for every official citizen. Turin had copper mines, so it was more convenient. The front of the plate was engraved with the citizen's name, and the back was engraved with the city of residence and the citizen's serial number. This was just a simple identification, but it was a great innovation in this era. It made it convenient for Dionia to manage the movement of citizens in their territory, especially for the public officials of the Household Register Department. It was a great blessing. For example, if a citizen living in Turin committed a crime in a splustum, the city would record the crime and send it to the Household Register Department in Turin by mail. The public officials would have to find the citizen's file before they could record the crime. There were tens of thousands of citizens in Turin, and many of them had the same name, so it was very troublesome to find them. With the citizen's serial number, it was very easy to find them. Although it was easy to make the identity card, every city's serial number was unique. It was easy to check if it was forged. If someone forged it, it would be a serious crime according to the laws of Dionia, and no ordinary person would dare to forge it. Megalese took out the bronze plate from his pocket calmly and handed it to the city guard. The city guard looked at it carefully and threw it back to him. There were many people entering and leaving Turin every day, so it was impossible for the city guard to do the registration. He pointed at the bulging bag on Megalese's back and said, "What's inside?" "It's all coins. You know the football match lasts for almost a month, so it must be expensive, Megalese said. Open it and take a look. The city guard looked serious. Megalese opened it helplessly. Whoosh, whoosh. The city guard reached in and fiddled with it. It was indeed coins. Then he nodded and said, "Go in." Megalese carried the bag and took 2 steps. "All right," the city guard shouted from behind. Megalese's heart skipped a beat. "It's best if you deposit all your money in Kristoya's bank and withdraw it when you need it. It's safe this way." Megalese heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the city guard. After entering the city, he asked people along the way according to the map he had seen before, and finally found the hotel that was not far from the Dionia Colosseum. There were already many people in the lobby. Megalese squeezed to the counter. The waiter inside glanced at him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the rooms here are all full." "I have a reservation," Megalese replied immediately. The waiter was stunned and quickly asked, "Which room? Who reserved it?" "Room 17. Aurora's reservation," Megalese answered fluently. The waiter immediately flipped open the registration book. "That's right, room 17. It's indeed booked for 5 days. So your name is Megalese?" Megalese showed the bronze card to him. After the waiter confirmed it, he nodded and said, "Please follow me." With that, he led Megalese upstairs. "Lucky man," someone in the lobby mumbled. In fact, many of the people who came to attend the ceremony stayed directly in the homes of Turin citizens. Only some new citizens or prospective citizens had no friends or acquaintances in Turin, so they had no choice but to stay in the hotel. Megalese entered the room. After the waiter left, he quickly locked the door and carefully observed the decorations in the room. Then he walked to the side of the bed and forcefully moved the bed away. He reached under the bed that was against the wall and quickly took out something tightly wrapped in linen. He carefully opened it, only to see a blue dagger inside. For the next few days, Megalese walked the streets and alleys of Turin, especially the Temple of Hades. He went there many times to observe the terrain. Other than asking the Turin carefully about the ceremony, he usually went alone and tried his best not to interact with others. However, he caught a bad habit in Turin. He fell in love with the food in Kristoya's restaurant. Even though he had gone through many trials of death on the battlefield, this mission still gave him a lot of pressure. What was the best place to relieve his stress in a city? Of course it was a restaurant, but in Dionia it was an arena. As a mercenary, Megalese, who had lived a simple life, was soon captivated by the food in Kristoya's restaurant. Boiled beef and mutton, boiled tripe, fresh fish soup, honey bread, fried codfish. Every food made him drool, so he quickly learned some of the bad habits of the rich in Dionia, eating 3 meals a day in the restaurant. But he forgot one thing. In order to get a room in Turin in time, he came 8 days before the ceremony on the 9th of September. The food in Kristoya's restaurant was not cheap. Moreover, it was during the ceremony and the city was full of people. The prices of various consumer goods were rising, and food was naturally the same. After a few days, Megalese realized that he had run out of silver Hades coins. He had to pay with the currency of another city, but the waiter refused to accept it. He said that other than the silver coins issued by Dionia, they would not accept the coins of other cities. Megalese had no choice. For convenience's sake, he brought all the money in the bag to Kristoya's restaurant. When it was finally his turn, the bank employee asked him through the iron window, "Do you want to deposit or withdraw money?" "Exchange for silver Dionia coins." Megalese patted the bag on his shoulder. The employee looked at it and handed him a piece of papyrus. "Write down the name of the currency you want to exchange and the amount." Megalese looked awkward. I can't read." The employee was obviously used to this situation. He continued in the same tone. "How about this? You tell me how many coins you want to exchange, then put the money in and watch me verify it for you. Do you agree?" Megalese hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. He then told the employee the type of currency he wanted to exchange, the amount, and so on. The employee took notes as he listened. When he heard Syracusa 4 drachmas, his pen trembled slightly. However, there were Sicilian merchants who came to Turin to deposit and exchange money from time to time, so this kind of currency was not uncommon. After he finished recording, he called another employee over to count and check when Megalis put the bag in the window. When he opened the bag and counted the coins, the employee seemed to be careless, but he was actually very careful. Among the coins in the bag, Syracuse 4 drachmas accounted for the most, and some of them were brand new. His heart could not help but beat faster. Chapter 386. Hinepolis is still young. He has just gained power and is a little carried away. He doesn't understand the actual situation in Laos and always wants to do things his way. Ansatanos defended his disciple with a gentle tone. Dionia needs a stable Laos. No matter what Henny thinks, his priority now is to stabilize the order in Laos and slowly build up his prestige. Sir Ansatanos, after you go, tell him that he shouldn't be too hasty in governing Laos. With Dionia's support, his wish will definitely come true in the future. After venting his anger, Divers was in a better mood. He solemnly made his promise. Also, you have to tell him to listen to the opinions of his father's ministers. He has to respect them, especially his uncle, Arabuma. He has to discuss it with him, I understand, Sir Devers. I'll try my best to persuade Henny, Ansatanos replied seriously. By the way, how's the progress of the Hades celebration ode written by Lysias? The celebration will begin in 2 days, the Devers asked with concern. It's almost done, even though he's dissatisfied with some of your requests and feels that it limits his thinking. It's a great honor after all. Besides, he'll be reading it in front of thousands of Dionia citizens. He can't be happier, Ansatanos joked. The Devers smiled too. Of course, I hope he can prove to me and the Senate through this new ode that the official citizenship of Dionia that I've specially applied for him is worth it. Sir Devers, it seems like we'll have a bumper harvest of wheat this year. However, if we buy more wheat, I'm afraid we won't have a place to store it, said Bagalipi. After Buckos resigned out of guilt, due to the fact that the storm that shocked Dionia had yet to subside and the sensitive nature of the position, the Devers finally proposed, and the senators elected Senator Brudi Bagalipi to take up the position. Originally, everyone thought that he was just a transition. They didn't expect that he would be so swift and decisive after taking office. First, Sesta flatly refused to allow Prosecutor Sesta to continue investigating the Polixis case. Of course, Sesta didn't agree, and both sides took the case to the Devers. In the end, under Bagalipi's persuasion, the Devers stopped expanding the case, which won him the gratitude of the public servants under him. Then he made a detailed investigation of the Ministry of Agriculture, and after consulting Bacos, the former Minister of Agriculture, issued a new departmental system, which strengthened supervision, improved administrative efficiency, and lightened the burden on his subordinates. For example, Bacos, when he was in office, often went down to the country to learn about the condition of the fields, and required his subordinates to do the same. Lippi did not think this method was advisable, so he gave the responsibility to the village head. The civil servants under the Ministry of Agriculture only needed to make regular inspections and receive reports. Next, he proposed to the Senate that the salaries of public officials in the Ministry of Agriculture should be increased. The reason was that the labor intensity of the people in the Agriculture Department was too high. They often had to run all over the Alliance and even go down to the fields to help with farming. They had no time to take care of their own fields. Of course, this proposal didn't go through. After all, if he only increased the salaries of the Ministry of Agriculture, what would the staff of the other departments think? However, Bagalipi won the support of all the public officials in the Ministry of Agriculture. Your suggestion is to build more barns, the Devers asked after thinking for a while. Sir, I think the number of barns in Turiae, Cosenza, and Gramentum is enough, Bagalipi replied seriously. After experiencing the Brudi War, the Devers proposed to build barns and carry out strategic food reserves after careful consideration. The slogan, Prepare for War, Prepare for Famine, moved the other elders, and they approved the establishment of grain warehouses around the central cities of Turiai, Cosenza, and Gramentum. They were also equipped with guards to guard them. It had been 2 years since then. I've carefully checked the situation in the 3 barns. The wheat stored 2 years ago is a little moldy. If we keep them there, they will probably go bad. That would be a pity. It's better to sell them and make room to buy new grain. Bagalipi suggested seriously. The Devers nodded and said, "If that's the case, then do as you say, Sir Bagalipi." After sending off Bagalipi, the Devers saw Aristides waiting outside the living room. "What's the matter?" "Sir, the intelligence just came," Aristides said in a low voice. The Devers took the small scroll and opened it. His face suddenly turned cold. "You've confirmed it?" "Yes, sir." Stratus went to Crimea to investigate and only returned today. His bronze plate was forged. While he was away, we sent someone to open his room and found a poisoned dagger. Aristides said slowly, word by word, without any emotion. "Looks like he's coming for me. Syracuse for Drachmas. Dionysius." The Devers sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He suppressed the violent impulse in his heart and paced back and forth in the corridor. Finally, he stopped in his tracks. His cold and gloomy face was filled with determination as he said in a deep voice, "Since he still hasn't given up, then let him come and make a big commotion." Aristides understood and hurried off to make arrangements. Then the Devers sent someone to invite Bagalipi, who was still on the way. It was almost a complete reversal of his previous decision. Not only would he not sell the old grain, he also requested that Bagalipi purchase the new wheat on the market in large quantities, preferably in a short period of time. He would also get Mirzas to provide gold and silver from the national treasury for full cooperation. Bagalipi felt that the sudden change in attitude of the Devers was a little strange, but he rationally did not ask further. Instead, he chose to agree. For the past 2 days, Megalis stayed in the restaurant every day, enjoying the delicacies. He spent almost all the money he had. Late at night, he returned to the guest room. After locking the door, he lit the candle and took out the dagger from under the bed. He thought of the promise that His Excellency had made before he left. He stared at the dagger in his hand, lost in thought. The candlelight shone on his face. It was a deep blue. 9th of September, the day of the birth of Pluto Hades. Dionia's celebration was held as usual. Thousands of Dionia citizens surrounded the Victory Square. The music started, and the priestesses of the temple began to sing the praises of Hades. After a few years of subtle influence, the citizens were already somewhat familiar with this novel singing method. Hence, the singing sounded from the stage, the audience, and the surroundings, resounding throughout the city. It was a spectacular sight. Next was the large-scale theater performance in the square. It was also one of the favorite shows of the citizens during the celebration. However, this time, it was not the story of the Greek mercenaries being guided to Greece by Hades, nor was it the epic story of the establishment of the Dionia alliance under the protection of Hades, nor was it the other legends of Hades. Instead, a strong man appeared in the square. He wore the skin of a lion and held a big stick in his hand as he trudged forward. The citizens had a deep impression of this image. Immediately, someone shouted, "Hercules! Hercules!" Then, accompanied by the heartbeat of the drums, an unusually tall man walked into the square. In fact, he was on stilts and covered his lower part with a longer cloth. Although his appearance was a little strange, the citizens were already surprised. It was actually a giant. The main version of the story of the Battle of Hercules and the Giant was that it happened in Africa, but many Southerners insisted that the battle took place in southern Italy. Now, it seemed that the Dionia alliance had fulfilled their expectations. On the field, Hercules and the giant fought. In the end, the giant was killed. The citizens cheered. At this time, a group of people dressed in broody costumes ran onto the field, led by a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. They congratulated Hercules. Soon, Hercules and the woman held hands. Many people were puzzled, but the citizens of Dionia of Broody understood the scene. They shouted excitedly, "Queen Valentina!" "Hercules!" "Brutus!" The other citizens asked them, "What is going on?" The square was filled with music from the Bruti Mountains. The Bruti people surrounded Hercules and Queen Valentina and danced the traditional celebration dance of the Bruti. The citizens outside the field, led by the Bruti people, also began to dance. Lysias looked at the lively and grand scene. As the dean of the Faculty of Arts of the Dionia Academy, he naturally enjoyed the show from a different perspective than the ordinary people. I bet that this performance must have been suggested by the consul of the Devers. He has deep intentions. His words revealed his appreciation for the Devers. It was after meeting the Devers that he made up his mind to move to Thurii. In the Dionia alliance, the Lacanians and the Bruti people account for a considerable number of people. Racial harmony and integration is a term that the consul has repeatedly mentioned in the Senate, and he is constantly working hard. Ansitanos said with emotion, "Yes, it is not easy, and it will take a lot of time." Unlike Isocrates, Lysias was not a person who believed in the supremacy of Athens or the supremacy of the Greeks. On the contrary, after staying in Athens for many years, he had a deep understanding of the xenophobia and conservatism of Athens. He felt that he had found the main reason for the rapid rise of Dionia. At this time, the large-scale performance in the square had ended. Ansitanos said with a smile, "Lysias, I can't wait to hear the ode to Hades that you wrote." Chapter 387. The Devers in front of the Temple of Hades no longer pretended to be mysterious like the first time the temple was built. Instead, they followed the traditional ritual of slaughtering lambs, sacrificing their blood, and reciting the hymns. This time, the hymns of Hades were different. It was written by Lysias. The Devers had read it before and felt that it was well written. This meant the development of Dionia's culture. As mortals were equal before the gods, the people who participated in the ritual were in order. Those who arrived first stood in front. Megalese had been standing at the periphery of the square, close to the temple. Hence, when the crowd surged towards the temple, he walked in front. Now, in front of him were the militia who maintained order. They held hands and formed a large defensive circle surrounding the entire temple of Hades. There were several teams of guards patrolling the circle to maintain order and prevent accidents. The Devers were about 20 meters in front of Megalese. He was singing loudly, and a group of priests were singing behind him. Megalese subconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He lowered his right hand and touched the hard object on his thigh. The Devers finally finished their hymns. "Don!" The bronze bell rang. Then the Devers shouted in high spirits, "Now, let us pray to the great Hades." With that, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. The people also lowered their heads and prayed silently. Some even knelt on the ground. Even the soldiers began to pray in their hearts. Megalese saw a team of guards pass by him from the inner circle. This is the moment. He opened his eyes and stomped on the ground with his right leg. Like a cheetah, he crouched down and passed through the gap between the citizen soldiers' handholds. He flashed past the guard's back and reached his right hand into Bolton's pocket. With a pull, a shining dagger was already in his hand. Among the Campanian mercenaries, he was known for his speed. A distance of more than 20 meters could be traversed in an instant. At this moment, excitement and nervousness surged through his body. The wind whistled in his ears, but his eyes were fixed on the Devers in front of him. Close. Very close. Devers raised her head. She was neither nervous nor afraid. She just smiled at him. Megala's heart skipped a beat. Behind the Devers, 2 high priests who had their heads hung low suddenly rushed out. They held small leather shields in their hands and swung them forcefully at Megalese. He was already sprinting at full speed, but he was unable to dodge due to inertia. He felt as if his right hand had been smashed by a boulder, and the pain in his bones felt like they were cracking. The dagger flew out of his hand. Then another shield smashed onto his head. Megaleth's head buzzed, and he fainted immediately. Is he dead? Devers asked. Sir, he fainted. Marcius, who was disguised as a priest, replied. Very good. Just as the Devers spat out these two words, someone in the crowd shouted, Assassins! There was an assassin. He wants to assassinate Lord Devers. Murder. An assassin wants to kill us. At this time, the people who had just reacted saw the assassin on the ground in front of the Devers and heard people shouting, Murder! There's an assassin. Immediately, the people began to panic. Not good. Someone is causing trouble. The Devers immediately went on alert. There were tens of thousands of people in this sacrificial ceremony. Once there was panic and stampede, the consequences would be dire. Wasn't that what happened to Mithridates' troops back then? In a moment of panic, he walked forward to the back of the soldiers and shouted, Citizens of Dionia, soldiers of the Legion, I order you to remain calm. Maintain order. Protect the people. Maltius and the soldiers, who were following closely behind, shouted in unison. The citizens of Dionia began to respond to the Supreme Commander's orders and stood up to calm the people around them. The chaos gradually subsided. At this time, a woman screamed as she was pushed and fell into the defensive circle. The Devers looked concerned and prepared to help her up. The soldier next to her immediately helped her up. Just as he was about to help her up, he saw a twisted and hideous face. She pushed away the unsuspecting soldier and quickly pulled out the dagger hidden on her body. She viciously stabbed towards Davus. The Devers, who was very close to her, could not dodge at that moment. He watched in horror as the dagger with blue light pierced his chest. At this moment, Marcius, who was behind him, suddenly pushed the Devers away with his left hand, and at the same time his right hand quickly met the dagger. The dagger pierced through his palm. He roared and punched the woman's face with his left fist. The woman screamed and flew a few steps back. She fell to the ground, twitching and vomiting blood. High Priest, are you okay? Lord Devers. Lord. Plesinus, the priests, and the people at the scene all screamed and rushed to the Devers with concern. Stay where you are and don't move. The Devers quickly stood up and roared. Maintain order, I'm fine. As he spoke, the guards rushed over and protected him in the center. Go and see your captain. The Devers broke through the soldiers' encirclement and walked quickly to Marcius. Lord, I'm fine, Marcius said in a low voice. He had torn the priest's robe and wrapped his right hand. Divers looked at his right hand, which had been dyed red by the white linen, with concern. He patted Divers' shoulder with deep emotions, but did not say anything. He would remember Divers' life-saving grace in his heart. Then he continued to move forward and walked in front of the woman. The woman's facial bones were broken, and she looked extremely horrible at the moment. The Devers looked at her in a daze, but his fingers were trembling slightly. After being in this world for so long, this was the first time he really felt that death was so close to him. Damn it, damn it. Just when he felt that he could no longer control the rapidly growing violence in his heart, a soldier behind him cried out, Captain, what's wrong with you? He quickly turned his head and saw Marcius lying on the ground weakly. The dagger was poisoned. A thought immediately flashed in the Devers' mind. More than a decade later, Ansitanos wrote in his History of Magna Graecia, this was supposed to be a lively celebration for the people of Dionia, but it was interrupted because of this assassination. The captain of the Devers' guards was injured and in a coma. Hundreds of Dionia people were injured because of the panic caused by the assassination, and more than a dozen people died. But more importantly, although the assassination of the consul Devers of Dionia failed, it shocked the entire Dionia alliance and the city-states of southern Italy. At the same time, it had a profound impact on the political situation of Dionia, southern Italy, and even the entire western Mediterranean Sea. This was unexpected by the mastermind at that time. Historians could easily joke about the ups and downs of history after the incident. But on that day after the assassination, Turris immediately sealed off the entire city and imposed a curfew. Many people living in their homes and hotels were uneasy because there was a rumor that the Devers had been killed by an assassin. How could the people of Dionia, who had always regarded the Devers as the greatest source of security in the alliance, not be terrified? The consul, who had always been worried about by the people, had already returned home. Faced with the concern and sympathy of Christoia, Agnes, and the children, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, he reluctantly dealt with them and immediately called for Aristyras. The Devers, who had always had a good attitude towards him, now had a face full of anger. "You and your men are all idiots. You actually let an assassin so boldly sneak up to my side without me noticing. If Marcius doesn't wake up this time, many of your men will have to pay the price." Aristyras did not defend himself. It was true that he had been deceived by the enemy this time. He did not expect that Megalese was just a cover, and the real killer move was on a frail woman. Fortunately, the Devers were not injured. Thinking of this, his back was drenched in cold sweat. After venting his anger, the Devers calmed down a little and said sternly, "Aristyras, I don't care what you do. You must dig out these spies hidden in Dionia's territory in the shortest time possible, and I will let Martones' patrol team cooperate with you." Aristyras clenched his fists and said angrily, "Don't worry, my lord, I won't let you down again. I don't want to see Dionia's elders, generals, or public officials assassinated or accidentally killed, especially when Dionia is going to take action in the future." The Devers' warning did not increase the pressure on Aristyras. On the contrary, he became excited. The alliance was going to take action. Against who? As soon as Aristyras left, Cunigarata and Martones came together. After all, ever since Cunigarata lost the Turii battle against the Lucania alliance, he had developed a strange habit. He did not want to be alone with people who were soldiers, but this time it was obvious that the situation was urgent. Martones walked into the reception hall and saw that the Devers were safe and sound. He was instantly relieved and said loudly, "My lord, the assassin has confessed." "That fast?" The Devers was a little surprised. Martones wanted to laugh, but he remembered that the atmosphere was not right, so he had to hold it in. "After the assassin woke up, he confessed without waiting for us to torture him. He only made one request, and that is to let him eat a few meals from Christoia's restaurant before he dies." The request was indeed a little funny, but the Devers was not in the mood to laugh at him. He asked seriously, "What did he say?" Chapter 388. Macias. The Devers remembered that Ansitanos told him that Macias was the leader of the Campanian mercenaries. He later became an important general under Dionysius. "Do you have any proof?" the Devers asked. "No, he came to Turris empty-handed. The hotel he stayed in and the dagger was prepared by a man named Arolas. However, he only knows the name. He doesn't know what Arolas looks like or what he does." Martones said solemnly, "I'm sending someone to the hotel he's staying in right now. I'm hoping to find out more about Arolas." "What about the woman?" the Devers asked. "No one has come to the patrol station to say that they know her." Martones was a little depressed. "Martones, it hasn't been long since the assassination, but you've already made a lot of progress." The Devers comforted him with a sharp glint in his eyes. "It doesn't matter if she's from Turris or from another city. Since she's able to attend the celebration, she must have some clues. Furthermore, the dagger she's holding is similar to the one the assassin had. They're both coated with poison. She's definitely related to Syracuse." The Devers sneered and ordered, "Martones, go find Aristyras immediately. He'll help you find out the truth as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Martones turned around and left. At this time, Cunigarata worriedly asked, "Sir Devers, are you going to declare war on Syracuse?" Even though the assassin said that Syracuse ordered him to do it, there's no proof, and the Devers, who had always respected him, interrupted the old man's words. "Sir Cunigarata, what will happen to Dionia if they really succeed in assassinating me?" Cunigarata was taken aback. He thought for a moment and had no choice but to tell the truth. There will be unrest. Not just unrest, but a civil war would soon break out. The Greeks, the Lucanians, and the Bruttii alliance would definitely clash. The legion commanders had similar qualifications and prestige, but none of them could intimidate all the legions. On the other hand, the civil officials had the advantage in the Senate. If this continued, the more Kunigarata thought about it, the more worried he became. Then what will happen to our southern alliance? The Devers watched his expression and continued to guide him. The Southern Alliance was an alliance of Greek city-states, led by Daionia. Daionia was the mainstay of the alliance because it was far stronger than the other city-states. Once the Daionia alliance fell into internal strife and its power weakened, Crotone and Ligyum would probably jump out to fight for power. Since both sides were equally powerful, the Southern Alliance might end up as an empty shell. Moreover, Crotone might take revenge on Zillion and Trine, who had betrayed it. It was also possible that Crotone would declare war on Daionia to take revenge. We all know that Syracuse has signed a peace treaty with Carthage, but Syracuse still hasn't dismissed its mercenary troops. Instead, it's buying grains and building ships. Why? Is it to help Sparta defeat the Thebes alliance? The Devers' question was directed at Kunigarata's heart. Indeed, Dionysius had long had ambitions for Greece. If the Daionia alliance fell into chaos and the Southern Alliance became a pile of loose sand, Syracuse could easily achieve its goal with its strength far surpassing that of the various Greek city-states and alliances. The Devers stared at the old man in front of him. Tiny beads of sweat quietly seeped out from his white temples. As the senator of Daionia who had served 3 consecutive terms as the governor of Thurii, the Thurii alliance could not be neglected. Unfortunately, his biggest weakness was that he was afraid of war. Lord Kunigarata, you should know me. I will not recklessly declare war on Syracuse without sufficient preparation. However, it is time for us to take action. Otherwise, it will be a terrible thing to allow a vicious wolf like Syracuse to lurk around Daionia, drooling over our land and disrupting the order of our alliance. Kunigarata listened to Devers' sincere words and pondered for a moment. He finally changed his mind. Lord Devers, is there anything you need me to do? The Devers' face lit up with joy. In an emergency meeting of the Senate, I hope you can support my proposal to mobilize the citizens of Daionia to prepare for war with Syracuse. Was it just a preparation? Kunigarata could not believe his ears. He thought the Devers were about to start a war with Syracuse when he saw how aggressive they were. Of course, that's not all. We also need to support Ligyum in building a colonial city in Sicily. The Devers looked at Kunigarata and said word by word, I also need you to tell the other elders the truth of the assassin incident. The assassin was sent by Locri under Syracuse's request. Kunigarata's eyes widened in shock. Lord Devers, that's right. I'm going to attack Locri. The Devers' expression was ferocious as he said firmly, Dionysius and Locri have formed an alliance because he wants Locri to become a springboard for Syracuse to invade Greece. Locri's existence makes it impossible for Greece to unite as a whole. This is a great opportunity to declare war on Locri. If Syracuse comes to our rescue, we'll have a high chance of winning against our Southern Alliance on Greek soil. If it doesn't come, we'll conquer the city that betrayed Greece. Although Kunigarata agreed that the war between Daionia and Syracuse was inevitable. Compared to facing the powerful Syracuse, he preferred to deal with Locri first. When the city alliance of Daionia was first established, Locri was a powerful force in Greece. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the people of Daionia now. Furthermore, the fact that the Devers could come up with such a strategy meant that he was not blinded by anger. Hence, Kunigarata began to come up with a plan. Coincidentally, the generals and counselors of the Southern Alliance had been invited to this celebration. Lord Attilicus of Ligyum, Lord Lysias of Crotone, Lord Cypros of Trine, Lord Prethinus of Silatina, and Lord Frinrus of Cruna are all in Thurii. They must have heard about today's shocking event. We can hold the Southern Alliance meeting in Silatina in Thurii. I believe we'll be able to reach an agreement easily. I believe they're waiting for the Senate to contact them. Our Senate meeting must end as soon as possible, reminded the Devers. I understand. Kunigurata nodded. When he left the Devers mansion, his steps were heavy. He knew that after today, the Daionia alliance that had been at peace for more than 3 years might once again open the door to war. When the Senate of Daionia convened, the elders were more concerned about the safety of the Devers, especially the former mercenary elders, the elders of Lucania, Amendalara, and some of the elders of Brudi. Therefore, when Kunigurata told them the truth, the elders were enraged. The Devers' proposal to declare war on Lockery was easily passed, although the warmongers such as Amyntas were slightly disappointed that the Devers did not directly declare war on the culprit, Syracuse. Even though Cornelis and Satanos and the others were surprised that Syracuse didn't step forward and let Locke take the lead, they were relieved for the time being. The Senate finally decided to send an emissary with harsh requirements to question Lockery. The Devers did not have time to rest after returning home. He immediately asked for his father-in-law, Attilius. Seeing that you're fine, I can finally rest assured. Attilius said happily as soon as he saw him. This made the Devers feel a little warm. Then Attilius shouted loudly, Syracuse. It must be Syracuse who did it, right? I've said it before. The Devers interrupted him and said decisively, the Senate of Daionia has decided to fully support Lygem's construction of a colonial city in Sicily, but we also hope that you can abide by your previous words and hand over Lygem's fleet to Daionia. That's really good news. However, if we hand over the fleet to you, can Daionia guarantee the safety of Lygem's coast and trade routes? Attilius became reluctant at this moment. I think Syracuse won't have time to humiliate Lygem anymore because Daionia will send an emissary to question Lockery. Why did you send an assassin to assassinate me? The Devers' words were shocking. Attilius was shocked. How could it be Lockery? Because Daionia and the Southern Alliance need to wage war on Lockery, the Devers said resolutely. Attilius was still shocked, but he had already understood the Devers' intention. With trembling hands, he held the armrest of the wooden chair and slowly sat down. You want to? No. You want to lure the people of Syracuse to Greece. Chapter 389. Autolycus pondered for a long time before he raised his head and stared at the Devers. I promise you that Lygem will hand over the fleet to Daionia and will fully support Daonia's proposal in the Southern Alliance meeting. Of course, you have to understand that this is not because you are my son-in-law, but because the Lygem have always wanted to inflict serious damage on Syracuse. After Autolycus left, the Devers invited an old friend of Daionia, Cypros, who is now the chief general of Trine. When the Devers asked for Cypros' support, he readily agreed. It was not only because Trine and Daionia were now very close to each other and had close trade relations with the nearby city of Napitia and the Brudi region, but it was also because of Trine's need for their own safety. Cypros said to him, Sir Devers, you don't actually need to get Trine's support in advance. Your proposal will easily gain the support of the Southern Alliance, because Crotone, Cirium, Corunna, and us, Trine, and the Lockley Alliance have been mortal enemies for decades, and this has become the biggest problem that has plagued us for many years. If we can get rid of him in one fell swoop, we will be overjoyed, so why would we object? As Cypros had said during an emergency meeting of the Southern Alliance held in the hotel next to the Senate, which was specially used to receive envoys and VIPs from other city-states, the other city-states unanimously agreed that when war broke out between Daionia and Lockley, the Southern Alliance would form a joint army to fight against them, and at the same time prepare for war with Syracuse. When the meeting ended, it was already late at night. The generals sent off the Devers and were about to return to the hotel when they suddenly heard Lysias shouting, "Look at the sky!" Streaks of silver light streaked across the night sky in the southwest, and they were exceptionally dazzling in the pitch-black sky. General Prethinus of the west courtyard widened his eyes and looked carefully. He said disapprovingly, "This kind of night scene happens many times every year. There's nothing special about it. But that happened in July and August. It's rare to see something like this in September, said Lucius. It's indeed rare in this season, General Friellis of Corunna said solemnly. This is an auspicious sign. Cypros shouted excitedly. Immortal consolation has the hero Perseus. He killed the vicious Medusa. Now, we have finally made up our minds to declare war on the tyrannical Dionysius, to eliminate this tyrant who has been threatening the safety of the Greek city-states and people for more than a decade. Isn't this what the hero Perseus hoped for? Cypros is right. As long as the Southern Alliance is united, our strength will surpass that of Syracuse. We can deal a heavy blow to Syracuse just like how Perseus killed Medusa, and restore the independence and freedom of the Greek city-states of Sicily. Attilius said encouragingly. Some of the other generals were deep in thought, while others kept nodding, as if this would reduce the tension of a possible war with Rockley and Syracuse. When the Devers returned home, he was already very tired, but when he heard Aristaeus' arrival, he still forced himself to stay awake and met him in the study. Sir, we've already found out who booked the room for Megalese. He's a merchant from Loc who often comes to Tyrol to buy wine. Hence, the owner and waiters of the hotel are very familiar with him. However, it's a pity that he left Thurii 9 days ago and returned to Rockley, Aristaeus reported. The merchant from Rockley. He was not wrongly accused. The Devers sneered. In fact, it was obvious that Rockley was the prime suspect. Ever since the Polixus case, the people of Thurii, and even the people of Dionia, were more vigilant against the people of Syracuse who entered their territory. On the contrary, the people of Rockley, who were allies of Syracuse, had a good attitude. Is there any progress on the investigation of that woman? The Devers asked again. Yes, we have. She is the concubine of a former noble of Cremissa, who was sentenced in the Polixus case not long ago. She came to Thurii with a few family members of those sentenced in the previous case. Sir Matones has already sent people to find and arrest them. It was Cremissa again. The Devers felt that he should write a letter to the governor of Cremissa, Protesilaus, and ask him to strengthen the management and reorganization of the residents of Cremissa. At the same time, he was thinking about whether he should propose to the Senate to set up a patrol department to lead and coordinate the patrols of the various cities, strengthen the maintenance of the city's order, and arrest criminals. In other words, he should raise the status of the patrol team and make it more professional, instead of always letting citizens, soldiers, take turns to do the job. Thinking about this matter over and over again in his mind, Daves unknowingly came to Christoia's bedroom. When he noticed it, he hurriedly gestured to Asuna, who was outside the room, and prepared to quietly leave. At this time, Christoia's voice came from inside the room. Is it Devers? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? It's not good for you and the child in your belly, the Devers complained softly. How am I supposed to sleep if you don't come back after what happened today? Christoia's voice was filled with deep concern. I want you to sleep with me tonight. Okay. The Devers walked into the room and sat down by the bed. Look at me, I'm fine. Asuna quickly lit the candles and went to boil water to wash the Devers' face and feet. Christoia carefully moved her round belly, leaning against the Devers and hugging him tightly. Agnes and I were really scared when we heard that you were attacked by assassins. It's all thanks to Hades' protection. Yes, it's all thanks to Marcius. He's still lying in the hospital, unconscious. The Devers sighed and said hatefully, so this time the Senate has decided to take revenge on Rockley and Syracuse. That means there's going to be another war, and it's with Syracuse. Christoia trembled when she heard this and said worriedly, hugging Devers even tighter. The Devers gently stroked her back and comforted her. Don't you understand me? When have I ever lost a war? But if that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be by your side when you give birth. The disappointment on Christoia's face disappeared in a flash, and she comforted the Devers in a gentle voice. Don't worry about me. With Asuna and Agnes taking care of me, and those students of yours, Herpes and the others, coming to see me regularly, I'll give birth smoothly, just like last time. But you have to protect yourself. What will happen to me? Agnes, little crow, Cynthia, Adoris, the child in your womb, and everyone who loves and relies on you." At this point, her voice was choked with sobs. The Devers could only hug her and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I have Hades' protection. There won't be any danger. And this time, for my safety, the Senate has added another 100 guards for me, so the security will be even tighter. But this way, our family won't be able to stroll around the Turiai market easily in the future. Do you remember the last time we—" Kristoya's light snores rang out. She had fallen asleep at some point. The Devers laid her down and gently covered her with a blanket. He stared at her pretty face that was frowning slightly, and a thought that had been suppressed in his heart was rapidly expanding. The next day was the start of the Dionia rugby finals. The Turiai didn't stop because of yesterday's incident. It was held on time as usual, and the people filled up the arena early in the morning. When the noise began to fill the huge arena, the people saw the consul that they had been worried about for the whole night appear in the VIP seats. He smiled and waved to the people around him, and all the rumors were dispelled. The people let out deafening cheers, and the entire arena began to boil. While the people of Dionia and Turiai were cheering for the opening of the rugby finals, Fräulein, the envoy sent by the Senate, was already on a boat to Lochrie. At this time, Fräulein was already an intermediate judge of Dionia. He had just stepped down from his post in Amandalera and was waiting for a new appointment in Turiai. The Senate appointed him as an envoy to Lochrie precisely because he was no weaker than Aristotle in eloquence and reasoning. At the same time, he was more tactful and experienced than Aristotle in handling matters. After all, he had been a public official in Dionia longer than Aristotle. Fräulein gladly accepted. It wasn't that he didn't know the danger of the trip, but it was also a great opportunity to show himself and attract the attention of the senators, especially the consul Devers. An intermediate judge was already the highest position a citizen of the Senate, like him, could hold in the public office of the federal judge. A senior judge could only be held by a senator of the Senate, and a judge of a higher level was held by the consul Devers. Next, he would either continue to serve as an intermediate judge in other cities or transfer to another position. After 5 years, it was possible for him to enter the ranks of the elected senators of the Senate. He had to increase the possibility of becoming a senator of the Senate through his excellent performance. Chapter 390. In fact, there were some cultural ties between Dionia and Lochrie. When the city of Turiai was first built, Protagoras, the wise man of Athens, made laws for it. He did not casually adopt the laws of Athens. Instead, he chose to make the laws of Turiai based on the laws of Lochrie made by the famous lawmaker of Lochrie, Zaleucus, because Turiai was a city-state with many immigrants and complicated origins. The Dionia Union was built on the ruins of the former city of Turiai and drew on the essence of the former laws of Turiai. Known for his harsh laws, Zaleucus had decreed that anyone who wanted to change any of the existing laws had to first put a noose around his neck, and if his proposal was not passed, he would be strangled to death. Zaleucus had been impartial throughout his life when enforcing the law. When his son broke the law, according to the law, his eyes should be gouged out. He did not hesitate to carry out the sentence. However, out of affection for his son, he gouged out one of his eyes on behalf of his son. With such a person as an example and such laws to govern the people of Lochrie, the people of Lochrie were different from the enthusiasm and exuberance of the citizens of other Greek city-states. The people of Lochrie were known for their obedience to the rules of Great Greece. Of course, later on, the people of Dionia were added. At the same time, they knew how to obey orders, so they were able to resist the Crotone who were stronger than them. Perhaps it was precisely because of the strictness of the law that the city of Rockley chose to protect its gods, unlike other cities, which mostly chose powerful gods like Zeus, Poseidon, Apollo, and Athena. Instead, it chose 2 gentle goddesses, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, the goddess of fertility. The city even built grand temples for these 2 goddesses. Therefore, when Dionia held a celebration of Hades on the 9th of September every year, a small number of people from Locri would also rush to attend, not only because of the unique ceremony and lively scene of Turiae, but also because the people of Dionia would also celebrate their queen, Persephone, while offering sacrifices to Hades. At the same time, because the guardian deities of the city-state were the two goddesses, the women of Rockley had a higher social status than those of other city-states. They were allowed to wear veils in public and had the right to inherit property. This was somewhat similar to Dionia. However, the two Greek forces with similar cultures and customs were regrettably enemies. Before Pharkelion arrived in Locri, the Council of Locri had already learned of the assassination of the consul of Dionia. Although Turiae had sealed off the whole city soon after the incident, Dionia was the overlord of southern Italy. Not only Locri, but other city-states of the Southern Alliance and Tarentum had more or less sent spies or eyes to be stationed or hidden in the city and port of Turiae. They were always aware of the movements of Dionia so that the city-states could respond in time. Therefore, when such a big disturbance occurred, it was naturally observed by those who were observant. After quickly ascertaining the situation, they all rushed to their city-states by boat or on horseback. Pharkelion set off the next day, but he was lagging behind. His boat entered the port of Locri. The public officials of the port quickly sent the news to the council in the city. The councillors of Locri were surprised as to why the envoy of Dionia would appear here at this time. Among the generals and councillors of Locri, only a few knew the real inside story of the assassination. For example, General Demodorus, the brother of Dionysius's wife, Doris of Locri. He thought that Dionia was going to protest to Syracuse again, but he did not expect the envoy of Dionia to appear here. Although surprised, Pharkelion was invited into the council out of courtesy and respect for Dionia, the overlord of southern Italy. In Locri, like other democratic city-states, the citizens' assembly was the highest authority. Other than discussing and deciding important matters of the city-state, the ordinary political affairs were handled by the General Executive Committee and the Council. The Council was simply a smaller version of the Citizens' Assembly. It divided all the citizens who participated in the Citizens' Assembly into many groups, usually 10 groups. They took turns to participate in the political affairs of the city-state through the Council. Therefore, there were 8 generals and hundreds of council members in the council. This was already quite a large force, several times more than the number of people in the Senate of Dionia. Pharkelion made some preparations and walked to the center of the hall after being invited by the president of the council. Councillors of Locri, I, Pharkelion, am here as the envoy of the Union of Dionia. I am here to question Locri on behalf of all the citizens of Dionia. Pharkelion stated the purpose of his visit directly. As soon as his voice fell, it caused a commotion among the councillors around him. He did not stop talking. Instead, he raised his voice. I think you all know that the great consul of Dionia, the beloved commander of the citizens, has been assassinated. It has aroused the anger of all the citizens of Dionia. Now, one of the assassins has been caught on the spot. After interrogation, he revealed the truth. He admitted that he was hired and helped by a Locri merchant named Arolas to infiltrate Turiae and assassinate the consul Devers. This is slander. This is a frame-up. The chief general of Locri, Demodorus, immediately interrupted Pharkelion's words and retorted loudly. Locri would not provoke Dionia for no reason. The people of Locri are not that stupid. But the truth is the truth. After a detailed investigation by Turiae, all the evidence is irrefutable. The Dionysian Senate has confirmed again and again that the mastermind behind this assassination is none other than you, Rockley. Pharkelion shouted angrily as he pointed at the crowd in a righteous manner. The councillors were instantly in an uproar. Are the people in the Senate of Dionia fools? What does this have to do with Locri? Why don't you go and question Syracuse? This is obviously a common trick of His Excellency. He has assassinated his political opponents in other cities in Sicily many times. What irrefutable evidence! This must all be fake. Dionia only dares to blame Locri because you don't have the guts to provoke Syracuse. Even if the merchant named Auroles is from Locri, he may have been bribed by other cities. Has Dionia interrogated him? How could you so easily conclude that it was Locri who ordered this? Ferkelion ignored their arguments and abuse and continued. Therefore, the Senate of Dionia and all the citizens are extremely angry at Locri's despicable behavior and demand that you accept punishment. First, repent your mistakes to Hades and send an envoy to Thurii to publicly apologize to the Senate. Second, compensate the people of Dionia who were injured and killed in this incident. Lastly, Ferkelion faced the angry crowd without fear, and his voice was firm and loud. Break the alliance with Syracuse. If so, Dionia will forgive Locri for what he did and accept you. Before Ferkelion could finish his words, he was drowned by angry roars. Locri did nothing wrong. Why should he accept the unreasonable demands of Dionia? This is a humiliation to Locri. This is a conspiracy of Dionia. They want to break up the alliance between Locri and Syracuse. Not only were the members of the council cursing, but a few of them even ignored the dissuasion of others and rushed to the center of the hall. The one who ran at the front was one of the generals, Diapantos. The hot-tempered general rushed forward and punched Ferkelion, knocking him to the ground. Just as he was about to kick him again, another general, Metlophenes, hugged him and shouted anxiously, "Do not violate the sacred tradition of the envoy of the city shall not be violated. Do not violate the law of Locri." Upon hearing the word law, the people of Locri who had just rushed forward to surround Ferkelion froze. Metlophenes took the opportunity to shout, "Lord Demodocus, if you don't stop them, they will be severely punished for violating the law." Demodocus, who had been watching from the side, was called out by Metlophenes. As the chief general, he had to stand up and defend himself. Humiliating Locri means you are Locri's enemy. We are all protecting the honor of the city. How can this be considered breaking the law? Lord, you are right. Someone immediately agreed. All right, everyone, please leave. The meeting hall is a sacred place. We, Rockley, are a civilized city-state, not to Lee. We can't do anything to humiliate the messenger. Demodocus said as he walked forward. The council members obediently returned to their seats. Demodocus had been the chief general of Locri for 9 consecutive years, mainly because of his in-law, Dionysius. Originally, Locri had allied with Syracuse in order to use Syracuse's power to defeat their longtime enemy, Crotone. However, they did not expect that after Crotone was weakened, a stronger Dionia alliance would emerge. Especially after the establishment of the Southern Alliance, Locri became even more isolated in Greece. Hence, they had to rely on Syracuse even more. This allowed the Demodocus family to stand out even more. In addition to Dionysius's intention to support his brother-in-law, Demodocus's influence in Locri was no longer the same as before. Diapantos snorted unwillingly and retreated. Ferkelion stood up shakily, but he still refused to admit defeat. The old city of Turis was burned down because it humiliated the envoy, people of Dionia. You have to look at the place if you want to show off. This is not the so-called Southern Alliance that is trying to curry favor with Dionia. This is Locri. Demodocus sneered and said loudly and proudly, Rockley did not and will not stoop so low as to assassinate your Archon. Therefore, we reject any of Dionia's unreasonable requests. Please get lost. Chapter 391. As soon as this shocking sentence was thrown out, the council was in an uproar. Demodocus's expression also changed. He subconsciously shouted, "Isn't Dionia afraid of attracting the army of Syracuse?" Ferkelion smiled. Through Demodocus's bluster, he could see the fear hidden in the heart of this chief, General Rockley. This discovery gave him a sense of pride. Since the establishment of the Dionia alliance, we have always faced strong enemies. In the end, we always defeated the strong with the weak. That's how we created the powerful Dionia alliance today. We're not afraid of Syracuse, but what about Rockley? Are you not afraid of the army formed by Dionia and the Southern Alliance? Demodocus and the others' faces suddenly turned pale. Lord Ferkilian, look at those ships. They can rush over and knock us over at any time. What did you do to the Rockley people to make them so angry? The captain of the passenger ship that brought Ferkilian to Rockley said, half jokingly and half complaining, "You'll know in a few days." Ferkilian stood at the bow of the ship and looked around at the Lockley warships that were protecting his ship in the center. He laughed boldly and said, "Don't worry, the generals of Lockley won't let us die here. If something happens and we die here, there will be statues of us in the Valhalla of the Temple of Hades in Turiai. Has the damned messenger of Dionia left? My lord, the ship of Dionia has left the port successfully." Demodocus let out a sigh and temporarily put down a burden in his heart. Beside him, Diapantos roared, "How infuriating! The people of Dionia came to Rockley to show off their threat, and we still have to protect their safety. Diapantos, you have to understand." Demodocus immediately put on a serious expression and said in a slightly scolding tone, "Whether we have a war with Dionia in the future or a negotiation to resolve this conflict, as long as their messenger is safe, there will be room for negotiation in the future. You have to know that the combined strength of Dionia and the Southern Alliance is not weaker than Syracuse. The citizens of Rockley are not afraid of battle." Diapantos retorted angrily, but his voice sounded weak. Demodocus ignored him and turned to Metlos Finus. "Quickly go to Syracuse and tell General Dionysius that Dionia has framed Rockley for sending assassins to assassinate their consul and has declared war against Rockley. They hope that he will send reinforcements. Otherwise, Rockley will not be able to defend against the army of Dionia and the Southern Alliance alone." In the city of Laos, Arabuma returned to his mansion with a gloomy expression. His wife saw him and could not help but ask with concern, "Did your nephew give you a hard time again?" Hearing his wife's words, Arabuma was furious. He snorted coldly, "Nephew? He doesn't treat me as his uncle. Do you know what he's up to today? He wants to build a school." "School? What's that?" The wife of Lucaria obviously did not know much about Dionia. "Aye, you don't understand. It's not something good. He even wants to let the children of the poor study in school. He's crazy." Our Bulmus pounded the wooden table with his fists to vent his frustration. Not long ago, his teacher came from Turiai and warned him not to mess around. He even told him to listen to you. His wife reminded him, "Listen to what I say." Arabuma sneered, "It's not like you don't know your nephew. He's been stubborn since he was young. Now that his father is dead and he's a consul, no one can control him anymore." Arabuma was getting angrier as he spoke. "Go! Go! Give me some milk water. I'm dying of thirst right now." After his wife left, Arabuma lay on the couch. He remembered that when he went to discuss politics with Hinepolis this morning, he was opposed to his proposal to build a school. This nephew, who had drunk a little, was so angry that he blurted out, "That won't do either! That won't do either! If you can't do anything, why do we need you ministers? Look at our allies. The people of Dionia have governed Turiai so well. I think it's better to let them govern Laos." The more Arabuma thought about it, the more shocked he became. Hinepolis was speaking the truth after drinking too much. This kid has been living in Turiai for 6 to 7 years. It's said that he's been living in the Dever's house all this time. He's been heavily influenced by Dionia. How can he give away the family business that his father and I worked so hard for to an outsider? Could it be this is the conspiracy of the consul of Dionia? When the image of the Devers appeared in his mind, Arabuma felt his scalp go numb. Just when he was worried, his trusted slave came in. "Master, there's someone outside asking to see you. He says he's from Syracuse." "No, no." Arabuma shouted subconsciously. Suddenly he remembered something. "Wait, You said he's from Syracuse. That's what he said. Syracuse. Arabyuma pondered. His expression was uncertain. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Bring him to the guest room." When Arabyuma saw the guest, the first thing the guest said shocked him. "Master Arabyuma, I'm here to see you under the order of the General of Syracuse, Master Dionysius. Master, do you think that Minister of Laos Arabyuma will agree to our request?" Philistos asked. "Arabyuma is in a high position. As time goes by, I'm afraid his desires will grow. There's no way he'll let his power be taken away by a young man who has never done anything for Laos. According to the analysis, although they're relatives, they don't get along well. They've argued many times. In the past, Hinepolis, the son of Avenogis, had the support of Dionia, so he didn't dare to say anything. Now that he has our support, do you think he'll change his mind?" Dionysius said confidently, "Only a barbarian like Arabyuma would be blinded by power. A well-educated person can maintain his peace of mind no matter where he is," Philistos replied, vaguely expressing his innocence. Dionysius laughed. "Philly, you're talking about me, aren't you? Compared to you, I'm far less knowledgeable." "Who said that?" "In Syracuse, apart from Pharisanus, you're the best poet." Philistos praised sincerely. "Besides, you're already at the top. You don't need any more desires. Philly, it's not easy to sit in the seat." Dionysius slapped his seat and pointed at his head. He sighed. "It's like there's a sharp sword hanging above my head, and it could fall at any time. That's why I said that not everyone can sit in the seat." Philistos complimented. "Yeah." Dionysius continued. "I wonder if the Devers in Dionia feels the same." Dionysius sighed. His gaze sharpened again. "Philly, you're wrong. It's not that I don't have any desires. It's that I have a lot of them." "Are you talking about Great Greece?" Philistos asked. "It's a pity that the young man in Dionia managed to escape the assassination attempt. He's learned his lesson this time. He didn't send anyone to Syracuse, but instead declared war on Locke. He thinks I'll go and save Locke? He's underestimating me." Dionysius's cold words were laced with killing intent. "Sir, we've received news from the north of southern Italy. They've agreed to send their troops soon," Philistos said excitedly. "Also, the northeastern side of Dionia didn't object to our proposal. Everything is going smoothly. We've paid a huge price, so of course we'll get even more in return." Dionysius stared at the void in the hall as if he was looking at Dionia in the north. "When you go back, immediately make all the preparations for the war. Once the flames of war burn in the north, we'll go immediately." After the news of Dionia declaring war on Locke spread in Great Greece, all the city-states of the Southern Alliance also declared war on Locke. For most of the citizens of Dionia, they were more excited when they heard the news. It had been years since they last had a war. Although they had declared war on Locke, there was no tense atmosphere in the territory of Dionia. The rugby finals of Turiae were still in full swing. The soldiers of the participating teams from various cities were not called back to the army to prepare for the war. The Senate of Dionia announced to the public, even the war cannot affect the celebration of Hades in Dionia, just like how the war has to be temporarily absent during the Olympia. This was to show the importance of Hades to Dionia. However, in the eyes of the Devers, the main reason why he had slowed down the mobilization of the military was to lure the snake out of its hole. Otherwise, if they used too much force, they would easily crush Locke. Before the reinforcements of Syracuse could set foot on the land of Great Greece, they would not be able to achieve their true strategic goal of gathering and annihilating the people of Syracuse in Great Greece. Fortunately, the news from Sicily showed that Dionysius had begun to gather his army, preparing a large number of ships and supplies. The Devers believed that even if they did not mobilize for war, the citizens of Dionia would clean and polish the weapons and equipment they had treasured at home, ready to go to war. Chapter 392. Early in the morning, The adjutant knocked on the door of Epicthenes' bedroom in the Legion commander's mansion in Asprustum. The person who opened the door was a completely naked young man. The adjutant was already used to it. "Legion commander, there's an urgent letter from the Senate," he shouted. "Got it." A lazy voice came from the room. A moment later, Epicthenes walked out of the bedroom naked and took the letter from the adjutant's hand. The man stretched his head out, wanting to read it. Epicthenes patted his face and said intimately, "Go back first. I'll come find you later." The young man went back to his bedroom and put on his clothes. Before he left, he didn't forget to kiss Epicthenes on the cheek. Not bad, right? A noble from Tarentum. Very cultured. "It's a pity that his family has fallen," Epicthenes said to the adjutant with a hint of pride as he watched the young man leave. The adjutant didn't say anything. He didn't want to comment on his commander's hobbies. "All right, read the letter first." Under the urging gaze of the adjutant, Epicthenes opened the letter. After reading it, he whistled. "Lord Devers wants us, Legio IV, to arrive at Silatina before October to meet up with the Southern Alliance's army and prepare to attack Lockcarry." "That's great," the adjutant said excitedly. "We'll inform the governors of Asprustum and Cremissa right now. Inform the legions in both cities to gather at Cremissa's square tomorrow. Asprustum Square is too small to accommodate 8,000 legions. We don't have to rush. It's written clearly in the letter that we just need to arrive at Silatina before October. This means that Lord Devers isn't in a hurry to start a war with Lockcarry. If we go too early, we'll finish all our rations and have to eat our reserve rations. That's a waste. We still have more than 10 days to prepare. I can discuss with the two governors about the distribution of rations and other preparations. At the same time, we can wait for the soldiers to return from the football match." Epicthenes' words made sense. The adjutant said, helplessly, "Fine. You're the Legion commander, so you have the final say. However, I'm afraid that Dracos will lead the 5th Legion there too early. If they don't wait for us, they'll probably start cursing. That stubborn donkey. To be honest, I'm also afraid that he'll get angry." Epicthenes shrugged helplessly. The two of them burst into laughter. Dracos was supervising the training of the soldiers in the 5th Division's barracks outside Cosenza City. He was supposed to be transferred back to the army by the Devers the year before last, but he refused to comply with the transfer orders. The reason was that he was only good at fighting and did not know how to do paperwork. Even if he trained, he would not be able to do it. The Devers couldn't do anything to him. According to military law, a Legion commander could not stay in a legion for too long, mainly because the Devers were afraid that if he stayed for too long, the soldiers would develop a sense of dependence on the Legion commander, which would weaken his prestige in the hearts of the soldiers. Therefore, they had no choice but to send him to Cosenza as the Legion commander of the newly formed 5th Legion. However, Dracos did not disappoint the Devers. In just a few years, through rigorous training, he had trained the undisciplined, broody people into qualified soldiers. "Legion commander, an urgent letter from the Senate from Cosenza." A guard hurried over. Dracos opened the letter and read it. His face lit up with joy. He shouted, "Messenger! Messenger! I'm here, Legion commander. Immediately send your men to Vig, Canopetia, and Anbalia with this urgent letter. Inform the soldiers of the 5th Legion to report to the square in Cosenza City tomorrow. Those who are late will be punished with 30 strokes of the stick." "Yes, sir." "Legion commander, are we going to war?" the adjutant asked excitedly. "We've declared war on Rockley for so long. Why are we only sending the mobilization order now? What's there to be happy about?" Dracos said with some dissatisfaction. He then instructed the adjutant, "You stay here and supervise their training. I have to immediately go to Cosenza to discuss the deployment of troops with the governor, Felicius." The adjutant remembered something and reminded Dracos, "Legion commander, we still have some soldiers participating in a rugby match in Turiae." "Look, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Dracos thought for a moment and said, "Find some reserve soldiers to replace them first. At the same time, send someone to Turiai to urge them to come back quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me if they miss the battle." Idaeus lay in the big tent with a solemn expression. Now, the Sparta coalition army and the anti-Sparta alliance were in a stalemate at the Isthmus of Corinth. The enemy relied on the strong defense of Corinth city to repel Sparta's attacks many times, leaving him at a loss. It was not that Agesilaus did not want to open up a second battlefield, but the Sparta fleet had suffered heavy losses. That dam Athens Canaan led the huge fleet built by Persia directly into the port of Piraeus and handed the entire fleet over to Athens. This caused Sparta to face the same predicament they faced decades ago. They lost the sea. Damn Persia, they're definitely behind this. Agesilaus cursed in his heart, but he obviously forgot that it was his actions in Asia Minor that led to today's outcome. At this moment, someone opened the tent. "King Agesilaus, I'm here. Phoebides." Agesilaus was about to sit up. Phoebides dared to step forward, held him down, and said with concern, "I heard that you haven't been feeling well these days. You even fainted yesterday. Don't stand up." As Phoebides spoke, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Agesilaus did not act pretentious. He continued to lie on the bed and said, "This is an old problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Actually, this is a side effect of polio. This time, I called you here because the Elders' Council has sent an urgent letter." Agesilaus' expression became serious. "Syracuse is about to attack Great Greece, so they're asking us for help. They're asking for a general who's proficient in military affairs to help them defeat Dionia." "What? Dionysius wants to start a war against Great Greece at this time? Where's the aid he promised us?" Phoebides was shocked. "Of course not." Agesilaus sighed helplessly. According to Syracuse, it was Dionia who first declared war on Locri, forcing them to fight to protect their ally. But you and I both know about the assassination of the consul of Dionia 10 days ago. Although Dionia claimed that it was the Locri who did it, I'm afraid the truth is not that simple. Damn Dionysius, this bastard who doesn't keep his promise. Phoebides scolded angrily. If it wasn't for our Sparta support, how could he have secured the position of the tyrant of Syracuse? Although Dionysius is infuriating, Dionia and Athens have strengthened their relationship. You have to know that Turiai was established by Athens in the past and has always been an ally of Athens. Agesilaus stared at Phoebides and said solemnly, "Therefore, since this war is unavoidable, we must not let Dionia win. That's why I've recommended you to the Elder Council. I understand your ability, but I hope you can put aside your resentment towards Dionysius and help Sparta win this war." Phoebides listened and nodded heavily. "King Agesilaus, don't worry. I'll help Dionysius defeat Dionia as soon as possible. Then I'll ask him to send troops to aid Sparta as soon as possible." Agesilaus cautiously reminded him, "Don't be careless and don't underestimate the young Archon Devers of Dionia. You have to know that he has never lost a battle until now. Otherwise, the Dionia alliance wouldn't have risen so quickly, surpassing our expectations. Dionysius asked us for help because he felt this pressure. In the past, when he fought against Carthage, he didn't take the initiative to ask for our help before the war. He even said that if the war against Dionia and the Southern Italian alliance breaks out, he's willing to let the Sparta general command." "Dionysius isn't good at battles, and the Devers," Phoebides thought carefully and said excitedly, "although I don't like this person, I have to admit that he's a good opponent. However, I'm confident that I can defeat him." Agesilaus looked at him for a while, then nodded and said, "That's right. We Sparta should be fearless. Hurry back to the team now, complete the handover, and immediately rush to Syracuse." "Yes." Seeing Phoebides leave, Agesilaus was still worried. The young Archon of Dionia, who he had never met but had been winning, not only gave Dionysius pressure, but also the king of Sparta who had been paying attention to Dionia. At the same time, in a mansion in the city of Athens, the chief general of Athens, Sarasablos, was talking to Esocrates. Esocrates, who was usually aloof, was quite respectful in front of Sarasablos because in his heart, Sarasablos was someone worthy of his respect. Chapter 393. Athens was liberated, and Thrasybulus and the others who regained power restored the original democratic system of government in Athens. However, they did not retaliate against the supporters of the oligarch's tyranny. Instead, they announced a political amnesty and strictly implemented it. At the same time, they also tried their best to bridge the conflicts and resentments between the commoners and the rich, and between the democrats and the nobles. This made the current Athens more united than it was during the Peloponnesus War. On the other hand, Thrasybulus and the others also adopted a cautious and gentle policy. They forgot about the betrayal of their former allies in the Delian League and treated every city-state equally. This caused these city-states to gradually gather around Athens through trade and diplomacy. Athens was not as domineering as it was during Pericles' reign, but its national strength was rapidly recovering to its former glory. This was why Esocrates admired Thrasybulus. Although he had contributed greatly to the revival of Athens, the people were afraid of his dictatorship and deliberately did not elect him as a general for a few years. Thrasybulus still offered advice and suggestions to the city-states without any complaints. Esocrates, I believe you already know about Dionia's declaration of war against Rockley some time ago, Thrasybulus asked with concern. You've been to Thurii. Based on your judgment, do you think Dionia will go to war with Syracuse? There will definitely be a war, Esocrates said without hesitation. Oh, Thrasybulus was surprised that Esocrates was so sure. I haven't been to Syracuse, but judging from Dionysius's brutal performance in Sicily, he has destroyed several Greek city-states in Sicily, including Catarni and Leontini. This person is extremely greedy for land and has even sent people to disrupt the political order of Dionia. I'm afraid that he is the mastermind behind the assassination of the Archon of Dionia not long ago. It can be seen that Great Greece is his next target. Therefore, if Dionia wants to humiliate his only ally in Great Greece, how can he ignore it? He will definitely send reinforcements to fight against Dionia. And Dionia, I don't think it's afraid of going to war with Syracuse. Even though it's weaker than Syracuse, the citizens of this city-state alliance are eager to go to war, like a cat that has seen a mouse. They'll join the war without hesitation, and they also have the support of Crotone, Lygum, and other southern alliances. They might even be preparing to deal a heavy blow to Syracuse in Greece. Like a cat chasing a mouse. Hee, Isocrates, you're exaggerating. No one loves war. Sarasablos laughed, and the expression on his face relaxed. I'm relieved to hear you say that. If Dionia can go to war with Syracuse, then the pressure on our anti-Sparta allies will be reduced. I hope that Dionia can defeat Syracuse and completely cut off Sparta's support, so that we can focus on dealing with Sparta. Sarasablos, my thoughts are the exact opposite of yours. You'd better pray to Athens and let the two city-states suffer great losses, Isocrates said with a serious expression. Why? Sarasablos was surprised. I won't deny that I have a good impression of Dionia, Isocrates said with his unique hoarse voice. Isocrates continued with his unique hoarse voice. However, such a good impression is rather frightening when one thinks about it. It is no joke that the citizens of Dionia love to fight, because the law of Dionia states that citizens would only be granted better lands if they have military merits. I believe you can understand the crazy things the Greeks would do for land. In fact, it was this law of Dionia and another immigration law that accepts free people as citizens of Dionia, the immigration law of Devers, that attracted thousands of free people and foreigners to Dionia. In turn, these former free people who became citizens of Dionia or preparatory citizens pushed Dionia to expand rapidly to obtain more land. Although Dionia doesn't devour the land of its Greek compatriots and scrupulously like Syracuse, it's obvious that its territory is expanding rapidly. In addition to taking in Greek free people to become citizens of Dionia, they even let the foreigners become citizens of their alliance. Sarasablos nodded. I've read Aristophanes' The Dionia Man. The alliance of Dionia not only let the foreigners become citizens, but also let the leaders of these foreigners become senators of the Senate of Dionia and senior generals of the army. Because of this, the Bruttii Mountains and Lucania municipality have successively become the territory of Dionia. The current land area of Dionia is probably larger than that of Athens and Sparta combined. Under the advocacy of their consul, roads and bridges are being built in Dionia, and the belief in Hades is being promoted. They even built temples for the foreigners, schools, academies, attracted scholars and doctors, and popularized a rugby game in the whole of Dionia. If there's no interference, according to the development trend of Dionia, a powerful city-state alliance may appear on the peninsula of Italy in 10 years. Not only will it far exceed the cities of Greece in terms of territory and population, but it's also not weaker than our Athens in terms of trade and culture. However, it's already very different from the traditional culture of Greece. After listening to Isocrates' words, Sarasablos' expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and said, Isocrates, aren't you thinking too much? You have to understand that any force that expands rapidly cannot expand forever. It will either collapse due to internal problems, or it will be thwarted by external forces. A long time ago, Persia before the war of Hippocrates, and even us before the war with Sparta were all like this. People eat too much and their stomachs will be bloated, so it is the same for countries. But Sarasablos, I'm afraid Dionia will be an exception. Isocrates reminded him anxiously, because this alliance adopts a political system that is completely different from any country and city-state in the Mediterranean Sea. Oh, what kind of political system does Dionia have? Sarasablos asked with interest. According to my observation there, Dionia is said to be a city-state alliance, but in fact those city-states that belong to it are not city-states at all, but cities that are directly ruled by the Senate of Dionia. The Senate of Dionia holds the highest power. It sends senators to serve as the governors of cities such as Thurii, Cosenza, Germentum, and so on. They are responsible for the internal affairs of the cities. The city's taxes are handed over to the Senate. The city's army is managed by an organization under the Senate called the Ministry of Military Affairs. These cities have no independent administrative ability and are completely under the command of the Senate of Dionia. This is a bit like Persia. Sarasablos pondered and just said a sentence, but was interrupted by Isocrates. Dionia is different from Persia. As far as we know, the governors of Persia have considerable autonomy. Other than paying taxes and providing troops, the king of Persia has no other way to control them. So a few days ago, the governor of Persia's Asia Minor, Pharabatzos, made a decision on his own. He gave the fleet built with Persia's money to Athens for use. He also agreed to let Athens rebuild the city wall to protect the port of Piraeus. If it's any governor in the Dionia alliance, it's impossible for him to make such a decision because the Senate of Dionia has a firm control over everything. In my opinion, it can effectively concentrate all the resources, population, and gold and silver in the territory to do something that other city-states and countries can't do. After listening, Sarasablos pondered for a long time with a solemn expression. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said with a smile, Isocrates, I originally invited you to talk about whether Dionia can start a war with Syracuse. I didn't expect you to talk about the threat of the Dionia alliance. Since Dionia is so powerful, it seems that we don't have to worry about Syracuse anymore. We need to strengthen diplomatic relations with Dionia and hope that it can help us to deal with Sparta. Seeing that Sarasablos did not seem to take his words seriously, Isocrates wanted to say something more. But Sarasablos said seriously, Isocrates, you have to understand that the focus of Athens now is to take advantage of the support of Persia, and the overall situation is in our favor. We have to concentrate our strength to defeat Sparta as soon as possible and weaken this longtime enemy of Athens. There are so many city-states and races in the Mediterranean Sea, each with its own unique system. We don't need to worry about this or that at all. Only the goddess of destiny can control the future. No one can tell. As long as we, Athens, can maintain the unity and stability of our city-state, handle the relationship with other city-states, develop our trade, strengthen our armed forces, Athens will still be the glorious Athens. We're not afraid of anyone. Sarasablow's words just happened to hit the heart of Isocrates, the oratorical educator who believed in the concept of Athens is supreme. He said sincerely, "You're right. Athens will reforge its glory." At the beginning of August, the great leader of Potentia, Plomath, received an invitation from Dionia to participate in the celebration of Hades. Like in previous years, he politely refused and still sent his brother, Borit, to participate. Chapter 394. Ever since Potentia joined the Dionia alliance, the situation of Potentia had greatly improved. The southern front, which should have been guarded against, became its rear. Not only did it have trade with Grimentum and Pixie, but the subordinate city of Poseidonia also benefited from it, and the maritime trade volume with the southern city-states increased year by year. The lives of the people of Potentia had improved, and the treasury of Potentia had also become abundant. Every time Plomath thought of this, he felt gratified that joining the Dionia alliance was the best decision he had ever made. Of course, the frequent trade between Potentia and Dionia had naturally influenced some of the Dionia culture. For example, the people of Potentia had begun to like the sport of rugby, and some people of Potentia had begun to pray to the patron saint of Dionia, Hades, while worshipping the god of Mount Asinu. The priests of Potentia had reflected this problem to Plomath many times, and he was helpless. He knew that this was the spontaneous behavior of his people, and the people of Dionia had not deliberately guided them. However, the frequent contact between the people of Grimentum and their compatriots made them feel that the crude statues of the god of Mount Asinu could not be compared to the majestic bronze statues of Hades in Greece. They also heard that the temple of Hades in Turiae was even grander. So how could they not be in awe and begin to transfer their faith? Moreover, there were so many attractive stories about Hades from the cult of the god of the underworld compiled by Prasines and others, many of which were very different from the original legends. Plomath felt that the influence of Dionia on the culture of the people of Potentia was not a bad thing, because he himself was also enjoying the elegant culture of Dionia. For example, he had just had lunch, which was a delicacy from Dionia, boiled mutton. He felt that it was much better than the roasted mutton and boiled mutton he had eaten before, so he was now very full. He rubbed his bloated belly and was about to take the hound for a walk in the courtyard to digest through exercise. Then his servant came in and said, "The leader of Shahidath seeks an audience." "Let him in." He was a little uneasy. Sasadat's tribe was in the north of Potentia, adjacent to Samanai's Kopsa. It could be said that Potentia's front line against Samanai, so Sasadat rarely left his territory and came to Potentia. Did the Samanai make a move? While Plomath was worrying, Sasadat strode into the backyard. As soon as he saw him, he shouted anxiously, "Big leader, it's bad! The Samanai are going to attack Potentia." "What?" Plomath immediately became nervous and asked, "What happened?" "A few days ago, my people observed that many Samanai people had entered Kopsa, and the city became very lively. I thought they were doing some kind of sacrifice or celebration, but it also made us more vigilant. These days, thousands of Samanai people suddenly came from the north of Kopsa. They are fully armed and have built several camps near Kopsa. Big leader, the situation is not good. Look at how lucky they are. I'm afraid the Samanai are going to attack Potentia again." Sasadat said anxiously, "Thousands? How many people do they have?" Plomath was a little flustered, but he still tried his best to calm down and figure out the situation first. "Well, about at least 20,000 people. The Samanai have sealed off the area near Kopsa, and my spies can't get in at all." Sasadat also felt that he was too vague, so he explained, But we found that among the Samanai's flags, there is not only the Herpini flag, but also the Pentri and Caudini flags. Pwameth was really shocked and said anxiously, "Are the 4 major tribes of Samanai all gathered in Kapsa?" "For the time being, we haven't found the Karasini flag," Sasadat said anxiously. "Big leader, you must immediately send troops to support me. I'm afraid that the Samanai will launch an attack in the next few days. My hundreds of soldiers can't stop them at all. In the past, just dealing with Herpini alone was already very difficult for us in Potentia. According to what you said, there are at least 3 Samanai tribes now. Even if I send all the reinforcements, it's impossible to defeat them. Instead, the Samanai will take the opportunity to destroy our main force in the wild, weakening the power defending Potentia." Sigh. Pwameth was so worried that his eyebrows were knitted together. There were many tribes in Lucania, and the tribes united with each other, eventually forming several large tribal associations. Potentia, Germentum, Picasis, Galagusso, Nudum. These tribes united with each other for their own interests, and they fought with each other. There had been endless conflicts until the appearance of Dionia, which restored peace to Lucania municipality. The Samanai were different from the Lucanians. The Samanai, a race that lived in the mountains of central Italy, was divided into 4 major tribes: Herpini, Pentini, Catini, and Carasini. Not only were each tribe relatively united, but the relationship between the tribes was also harmonious, and there were few conflicts. Every tribe had a big leader who was elected by all the tribes. Unless he provoked public anger, it was rare for him to be ousted midway. After all, only people with talent and moral character could be recognized by the tribes. He would remain as the big leader until he died. Unlike the big leader of Lucania, the big leader of the Samanai tribe had much more power. Regardless of whether the tribes lived in the mountains or in the valleys, no matter how far away they were, they had to obey the big leader's orders in military, diplomatic, and other major matters. From this point of view, the 4 major tribes of the Samanai were more like 4 kingdoms instead of the tribal union of Lucania and Brudi. It was precisely because of this characteristic that the Samanai, a race that lived in the barren mountains, could make the surrounding Latins, Greeks, and Lucanians fear them. Originally, Potentia only faced Herpini, the largest of the 4 major Samanai tribes. Originally, Potentia was only facing Hilpini, which was the largest of the 4 major Samanai tribes. It was located in the southern part of the mountains occupied by the Samanai people bordering Potentia. Now that 2 more tribes had come, how could Potentia not feel nervous? He paced back and forth in the courtyard anxiously. Finally, he made a decision. "Shasadat, go back immediately and tell your tribe to make preparations. First, quietly transport some supplies to the city. Once you discover that the Samanai people have launched an attack, do not take the risk to resist. Lead your people to retreat to the city, and I will immediately inform the other tribes to make the same preparations. This, great leader, are we going to throw the land outside the city to those damn pheasants to trample on?" The Samoyed warriors liked to put pheasant feathers on the top and sides of their helmets to distinguish their ranks. That's why they got this nickname. Destroying farmlands, pastures, and burning houses, this is tolerable. Shasadat's tribe was often attacked by the Samanai people in the past. The entire tribe was used to living in hiding. He did not care about this, but he still said worriedly, "If the city of Potentia is besieged by the Samanai people for a long time, with so many people in the city, our food won't last for a long time. It won't be long before the army of Dionia comes to support us. Don't forget, we, Potentia, are a member of the Dionia alliance." Pwamote had never been so glad that he had made the decision to join the Dionia alliance. Yes, Dionia will come to save us." Shasadat nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Obviously, he was very confident in this powerful ally of Potentia to the south. It should be known that in the 3 years since Potentia joined the Dionia alliance, his tribal territory had not been attacked by the Samanai people. Watching Shashadat leave in a hurry, Pomote's face became even more gloomy. He had already heard that Dionia had declared war on Rockley. Potentia had asked for help from Dionia at this time. Would Dionia come to help in time? Alexis walked into the city hall of the Grimentum. The governor, Bagul, was already waiting there. Commander Alexis. Bagul was wearing a Burton uniform, but he gave a military salute. Sir Bagul. Alexis, who was wearing a military uniform, raised her hand to greet him. What lord? Don't make fun of me. Right now, I want nothing more than to take off my robe and put on my armor, so that I can serve as an officer under your command. Bagul helplessly smiled. Back then, Bagul held the two positions of the first captain of Legio III and the governor of the Grimentum. It was only a temporary measure to stabilize the situation in Lucania after they had just occupied the Grimentum region. Neither the Senate nor the Devers would let the highest administrative and military power of a region. At that time, the captain of Legio III, Hieronymus, was in Turiae, and the position of the first captain was the highest military position in Lucania municipality, be concentrated in one person. Therefore, when Dionia obtained Picassus and gained the upper hand in Lucania, the Senate proposed to remove Bagul from his position. Considering that the Grimentum was located in the center of Lucania municipality, if Dionia's rule was consolidated, the whole of Lucania would be completely stabilized. Therefore, the Devers temporarily removed him from his position in the legion and tried to persuade him for several days. Chapter 395. There's a situation, and it's a big one. Bagul said with excitement and seriousness. Let's hear it. Alexis was all ears. However, Bagul kept Alexis guessing first. He first pulled Alexis to sit down, and then let his men bring the freshly marinated beef jerky and beer. Since the Devers invented this marinated beef jerky and used it as military rations, it had gradually become a favorite among the citizens of Dionia. It became a delicious snack for the people of Dionia, just like dried figs and dates. Usually, I'm the one who goes to your barracks to disturb you. It's rare for you to come to Grimentum today. In return, I have to treat you well. Let's talk over a drink. What Bagul said was the truth. The barracks of Legio III were built between Picassus, Grimentum, and Nudum. Alexis, as the current commander of Legio III, could not stay in Turiae like the former commander, Hieronymus. The system was not perfected at that time. During his tenure as commander, he had to live in the barracks. Of course, the barracks were not simple. It was more like a militarized town. Although Bagul had resigned from his position, he still went to the barracks every 2 or 3 days to participate in military training and competitions whenever he had free time. Over time, he actually became good friends with Alexis. Alexis also knew his forthright personality, so she did not refuse. She grabbed a piece of beef, chewed it, and said, "What's the big situation?" The Samni have gathered a large army at the border of Potentia. It's said that there are at least 20,000 people. Bagul said with some excitement, 20,000 people. Alexis was shocked. She put down the beef jerky in her hand and asked eagerly, "Are you sure that the Samni are going to attack Potentia?" The messenger of Potentia came to me to ask for help. How can it be fake? Bagul drank a mouthful of beer and said half-jokingly, "Pomote, that stubborn old man who usually doesn't like to talk to us Dionia people really can't sit still this time." After the messenger of Potentia asked for help from me, he hurried to Turiae. Bagul, this matter must be taken seriously, especially at the critical moment when we declare war on Lockery. Alexis said with a serious expression. He obviously thought about the problem more deeply than Bagul, and before he took office, the Devers had solemnly reminded him. The barracks of Legio III were set up in Lucania municipality. Their current mission was to stabilize the situation in Lucania and eliminate those who opposed Dionia. But their future target was the Samni. This was a powerful and terrifying race. He must not let his guard down. I must go back immediately and gather the soldiers of Legio III to prepare for war. At the same time, send the soldiers of the mountain reconnaissance team to investigate the strength of the Samanai and report it to Sir Devers as soon as possible. Alexis immediately stood up. As a person who grew up in the southern part of Lucania, Bagul did not have a deep impression of the Samanai. In addition, the Legion of Dionysia had won consecutive victories in the past few years, so it was inevitable that he became arrogant and underestimated the enemy. But seeing that Alexis was so cautious, he also took it seriously. Should we let the citizens of the Legion reserve team also prepare? Of course. I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid this is going to be a big battle, Alexis said with a serious expression. Yes, a big battle. Bagul responded, his face full of excitement. Sir Devers, Marcius is awake. Marcius is awake. As soon as Helps entered the living room, he could not suppress his excitement and shouted. Really? The Devers, who was talking with Heraclide, jumped up with a look of surprise. Just like what you said before, when the venom leaves the parent body, referring to the poison, and is exposed to the outside for a long time, the toxicity may be reduced. It seems that this is indeed the case. The awakening of Marcius is a good example. It was no wonder that Helps was so excited. More than half of the territory of Dionia was mountainous. Every year, there would be people bitten by snakes and insects. The Turiai hospital had no good treatment for this. At most, they could clean and bandage the wound, use some nourishing medicine, and mainly rely on the patient's own recovery. But this time, under the guidance of the Devers, the hospital carried out careful care and medication for Marcius and finally saw results. It provided them with valuable experience and confidence in treating snake bites and other poisonous bites in the future. At the moment, the Devers were not in the mood to discuss medical issues with him. He hurriedly asked, "How is Marcius now?" "Oh, he's awake. He can open his eyes and move, but his limbs are weak. It's a little difficult for him to speak. He can only lie on the bed now. It seems that he still needs some time to recover." "Take me to see him," said the Devers, pulling Helps out. "Sir, are you still going to see the construction of the stone bridge over the Saraceno River today?" Young Heraclide asked hurriedly. "Didn't you just set up the piers?" "I'll go see it when you're laying the bridge deck." The Devers waved his hand and said apologetically, "All right." Young Heraclide understood how much the awakening of Marcius would affect the Devers, so he could only helplessly follow the Devers out of his mansion. Coincidentally, he bumped into Captain Rodham, who was sent by the Senate. "Sir Devers, and two sirs, the Senate has informed you to attend an emergency meeting." "What happened?" The Devers saw the nervous look on Rodham's face and hurriedly asked. "Potentia has asked us for help, saying the Samanai are preparing to invade Potentia. The Samanai are attacking Potentia at this time." The Devers was shocked. The news was like a can of cold water that extinguished the joy in his heart. The Senate had a heated debate on whether to send a large number of reinforcements to rescue Potentia. The supporters believed that Potentia was an ally of Dionia. According to the covenant and morality, Dionia must provide assistance. Moreover, although Lucania municipality had been governed for nearly 5 years, the rule of the Dionia alliance was still not very stable. If the Samanai were to rush into the territory ruled by Dionia, it would inevitably cause unrest in the region. Dionia should defeat the Samanai as soon as possible before going to war with Rockley or even Syracuse to avoid fighting on both sides. The opponents believed that Lucania municipality had its own army, Legio, 3 stationed there and Elia as an ally. The assembled army was more than enough to deal with the Samanai, so there was no need to send more reinforcements. When Dionia was about to go to war with Rockley and Syracuse, it was not appropriate to send troops to the north. Instead, it would leave the army in its territory empty. The Devers did not make the final decision. He was very conflicted. He had experienced the strength of the Samanai from his previous life. This mountain race had been fighting with the booming Rome for decades. They had defeated the Rome many times and made them endure the humiliation of the Yoke Gate. The Devers did not think that the army of Legio III and Potentia could deal with them. Before the fire was ignited and turned into a fire, they should do their best to extinguish it. However, before the war with Rockley, there was a large-scale invasion of the Samni. He would not believe that it had nothing to do with Dionysius. He thought that he had designed a trap and was waiting for Dionysius to jump into it. He did not expect Dionysius to directly instigate the Samni to attack from the north first. He wanted to make it difficult for Dionia to defend from both ends. Before the battle with Syracuse, he already felt that Dionysius was difficult to deal with. He was a terrifying opponent. He had to reevaluate the tyrant of Syracuse who had taught him a lesson. However, he was now sure that Syracuse was determined to fight with Dionia. He was just worried that the tyrant of Syracuse had other tricks up his sleeves. He raised his vigilance, which was one of the main reasons why he did not make a rash decision. The Devers returned home with a heavy heart. Before he had the time to take a sip of water, he learned that Ansitanos had come to visit him. He hurriedly went out to welcome him. "Sir Ansitanos, I finally waited for you to come back," the Devers said, half jokingly and half expectantly. "The distance I've traveled in this period of time is more than the distance I've traveled in the past few years combined," Ansitanos replied with a smile. "That's because you haven't traveled much in the past few years. In the future, I'll have to let you travel more for diplomatic activities like this. Please don't. It's already taken up a lot of time for me to write my history book. Isn't going to travel more so that you can observe the situation of other city-states? Only then will your history be more vivid and detailed." Back then, Herodotus traveled all over the Mediterranean Sea. The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered the living room. "Sir, the Senate of Carthage has rejected our request for an alliance," Ansitanos said after he sat down. After Ansitanos sat down, he said sternly, "They even refused to sign a friendly trade treaty with us." The Devers could understand why Carthage refused to form an alliance. After all, Carthage had just ended a war with Syracuse. It was said that he was severely injured and needed to recover. Now that the relationship between Dionia and Syracuse was tense, Carthage, who was their neighbor, could naturally feel the tension between them. He would definitely not jump into the fray easily. However, it was strange that he refused to sign a trade treaty with Dionia. Carthage was known for its maritime trade in the western Mediterranean Sea. Is Carthage so afraid of Syracuse that he doesn't want to have anything to do with us? The Devers were a little surprised. I have carefully understood the situation in Carthage City. The Maganid family, who used to have a ruling position in the Senate of Carthage and also had a strong interest in Sicily, lost their power due to their defeat in the previous war. They were forced to accept the mission of building a new colonial city in the Iberian Peninsula by the Senate of Carthage. Now, the one who holds the power in the Senate is another big family. The patriarch is called Hanno. Not only is he conservative, but he also prefers land over maritime trade. Hence, he came up with a slogan, "Advance inland and let the citizens obtain more land." Ansitanos said slowly. Chapter 396. Ansitanos did not hold back in voicing his deduction. Maybe in their eyes, Dionia's chances of winning aren't high. In fact, Carthage doesn't attach much importance to Dionia. Hanno, the ruler, didn't even meet me. Devers did not expect that Carthage, who was on par with Rome in his previous life, would be so cowardly. However, it was 100 years later when Carthage and Rome fought for hegemony. Carthage's development in 100 years was naturally incomparable to Carthage's. Devers was a little depressed when he recalled that Carthage, whom he had a good impression of in his previous life, mainly due to Hannibal's influence, actually looked down on Dionia. One day, you will regret your neglect of Dionia. Sir Ansitanos, do you think the Simonians' invasion of Potentia was instigated by Dionysius? Devers wanted to reconfirm his judgment. I heard the news as soon as I came back. Ansitanos took a sip of the syrup and said, Well, I think it's very likely. Syracuse and Campania had a close relationship since Dillon's era. The two sides traded frequently. Syracuse also sent troops several times to help the Greek city-states of Campania defend against the Simonians' attack. It is said that most of Dionysius's mercenaries came from Campania, so Dionysius should be more familiar with the Simonians in the mountains of Campania. As long as he is willing to pay the price, it is not impossible to persuade the Simonians. Besides, I'm afraid the Simonians have been worried about the strength of Dionia. After Ansitano's reminder, Devers suddenly remembered that since Potentia joined the Dionia alliance, the Simonians had never attacked Lucania again. Obviously, they were very afraid of Dionia. Devers secretly regretted that they had only focused on stabilizing the country in the past few years and invested too little energy in the surrounding situation and the situation of the entire Mediterranean Sea. This was a lesson. He warned himself in his heart, and then humbly asked Ansitanos for advice. Where else do you think Dionysius could have done something similar to the Samnites against Dionia? Upon hearing that, Ansitanos stroked his white beard and began to ponder. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Tarentum. Tarentum is very likely. Devers were shocked. Yes, the possibility of Tarentum is very high. Although Syracuse had little contact with Tarentum, Syracuse's ally, Sparta, was the mother state of Tarentum. The two sides had a good relationship, and it was highly possible that they could be the middleman. Moreover, since Dionia had taken Heraclea and Metapontum from Tarentum, or so many people in Tarentum thought, the relationship between the two sides had become a bit strained. Although there was an alliance agreement, there were still small conflicts from time to time. This time, since Dionia declared war on Lochley as an ally, Tarentum did not express support or opposition like in the past. There was no movement at all. It was too quiet. This was not normal. The next day, the Senate of Dionia immediately sent messengers to Tarentum at the request of Devers. The Senate of Tarentum was extremely impatient when the Dionia messengers consulted their opinion on the declaration of war on Lochley. They said that whoever Dionia went to war with had nothing to do with Tarentum. Tarentum needed to recuperate and recover from the wounds of the last war. The messengers returned to Turiae and reported in detail to the Senate about Tarentum's attitude. Most of the senators breathed a sigh of relief, but Devers still did not let down his guard. He sent someone to remind the consul of Metapontum and Heraclea to raise their guard against Tarentum. At the same time, he asked Aristyras to increase his attention on Tarentum. That was all he could do. After all, Tarentum had not made any unusual moves so far. At this time, Devers focused more on Lucania municipality in the north. The next day, Legio III's urgent report arrived in Turiae. Compared to the scouts of Potentia, the scouts of Legio III were much more powerful. They had all undergone rigorous training in Zam's reconnaissance brigade. Under the guidance of Devers, Zam combined his years of reconnaissance combat experience to explore a more complete set of reconnaissance training methods. Climbing mountains, wading rivers, ambushing, camouflage, reconnaissance, and many other training programs. In particular, in terms of determining the enemy's strength, the reconnaissance brigade had many methods. For example, based on the size of the enemy's camp, the number of tents, the amount of supplies, the most direct method was to count the number of people. Therefore, most of the soldiers of the reconnaissance brigade were citizens engaged in accounting, banking, trading, and other industries that required strong computing ability. In the military reform the year before last, Devers transferred personnel from Zam's reconnaissance brigade and equipped each legion with a 100-man reconnaissance team. Thus, the eyes and ears of each legion were more complete. After all, Italy was a mountainous area, and scouts were often not useful. The military report of Legio III had a much more detailed description of the Samni people. Based on the intelligence of the reconnaissance soldiers, the Samni army gathered in Copsa may be composed of the entire Helpini, Pentoni, and some Ceutini warriors. The current strength has reached more than 40,000 people. Given that the Samni camp has not continued to expand these days, and at the same time the number of Samni people entering Copsa from the north has decreased significantly, It is very likely that the Samanai attack will be in the next 2 or 3 days. The situation is urgent, and Legio 3 requested to exercise emergency command. That is, in a state of emergency, the battle situation is complex and ever-changing. Every major military operation must be repeatedly requested by the Dionia Senate, which will only delay the opportunity and even put the Legion in danger. Therefore, after the expansion of Dionia's territory, Devers realized that he could not take care of the entire territory of the Dionia alliance at all times. Therefore, this important military role was formulated to give the Legion commander on the battlefield autonomy in military operations, to avoid slow and rigid command, and to stifle the desire and enthusiasm of the Legion commander and the soldiers to fight. I plead the Senate to send more reinforcements. Signed, Alexis, Legion commander of Legio 3. 40,000 people. The senators of the Senate were shocked by the strength of the Samanai people, but they were still arguing about whether to send more reinforcements. However, Devers finally made up his mind. He stood up and said in a firm tone, "Sirs, the military situation in Potentia is urgent and does not allow us to delay any longer. The Samanai people have a huge force of more than 40,000 people. It is not something that the army of Legio 3 and Pomote can resist. In order to prevent the Samanai people from defeating them, occupying Potentia, and taking advantage of the situation to enter our Lucania territory, I have decided to lead the 1st and 2nd Legions to reinforce Potentia and try to defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible. I support the decision of the consul." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Vespa jumped in joy. Hegemon also expressed his support loudly, but the others fell into silence for the time being. Of course, the identity of the Devers did not allow the senators to remain silent for too long. Soon, Cornelis stood up and asked, "Is the attack on Rockley still going on?" "Temporarily stop. The 4th and 5th Legions return to the station and wait for orders. At the same time, send messengers to the allied city-states such as Crotone and Silatina to explain. I believe they will understand our situation." But before the Devers could finish, Cunigurata hurriedly interrupted. "But Syracuse may take advantage of the time when our main forces are heading north to attack Greece." Cunigurata's words set off a discussion among the senators. Amintas shouted, "It's best if Syracuse comes. We don't have to go to Sicily anymore. We can directly attack them in Greece. But when they come, Lord Amintas, you and the bravest and strongest citizens of Dionia will probably still be playing hide-and-seek with the Samanai people in the mountains of Lucania." Scombras immediately retorted, "We will defeat the Samanai people soon and return soon." Amintas argued loudly, "That's hard to say. In the mountains, we Greeks can't catch up with the Samanai people who are good at climbing mountains. If you can't even catch up with them, how are you going to defeat them?" Scombras retorted, unwilling to be outdone, "Old man, you have to understand that it is the Samanai people who are attacking us. We don't need to chase them at all. They will take the initiative to fight us." Amintas was so anxious that he did not choose his words carefully. "All right, everyone, please be quiet," Devers said loudly. "The situation now is very clear. If we don't take action, I'm afraid Syracuse will only be watching in Sicily and waiting for an opportunity. In that case, we will still be the ones to suffer because the threat of the Samanai people is right in front of us. If we sit back and do nothing, I'm afraid the situation in Lucania will be unimaginable." Devers paused for a moment to give the senators time to think. He then continued, "So, we can only seize every minute and second and concentrate our forces to attack the enemy that we can hit first. No matter which direction the enemy comes from, we have to concentrate our forces to attack in one direction. This is the only way to ensure the greatest victory." The elders discussed in low voices again. Cunigurata once again asked what the senators were thinking. "Lord Consul, if Syracuse really attacks Greece after you leave, what should we do?" Chapter 397. The Devers continued slowly, During this time, the soldiers, labor, and supplies will definitely be in chaos and lack of organization. Dionysius will not dare to take the huge risk of landing elsewhere, so he can only land at his ally Lockport. Then, when the Ministry of Military Affairs receives the news of Syracuse's attack, they can send our 4th and 5th legions to Coruña to join the reinforcements of the other allies. They can make use of the narrow terrain of Coruña and the Ramato River to the south of Trine to build a strong camp to defend against the enemy's attack, and by time for me, to defeat the Simonians. Then, I will lead the main force back to fight the final battle with Syracuse. To facilitate the unified command of the 4th and 5th legions, I will let Sir Felicius be the commander of the 4th and 5th legions and be responsible for the battle in the south. The Devers chose Felicius because he was more experienced and had always been in charge of military affairs. He could make the stubborn Dracos and the jumpy Eptines listen to him. However, he was not a strong character and might sometimes be swayed by the opinions of his subordinates. However, there was no other way. There were more capable generals in the army, such as the commanders of the 4th and 5th legions. However, they were either as experienced as Dracos and Eptines, such as Capys and Antonius, or they were less experienced, such as Helos. If they were suddenly given the position, the two commanders might not be convinced, and it would affect the battle. The elders seriously considered the Devers' plan of defend first and then counterattack. Most of them felt that it was feasible. After all, they were very confident in the Devers' military commandability. They believed that as long as he was in command of the decisive battle with Syracuse, the chances of victory would be very high. At the same time, they also approved of the candidate proposed by the Devers to temporarily be in charge of the military affairs in the South. This was because Felicius had always been kind to people in the Senate, and everyone had a good impression of him. The elders of the legions did not have any objections. Felicius was still capable. Then, who will take over the position of the governor of Cosenza? Or is it Felicius? Cornelis asked because at this time Felicius was still the chief executive of Cosenza. There was a precedent of holding the posts of chief executive and military officer at the same time. Helos had once held the posts of chief executive of Asprustum and commander of Legio for after the Second Crotone War. It was the same for Bagul of the Gramentum. However, the Devers said, the battle with Syracuse will determine the survival of the alliance. It is the most important matter, and we must do our best. Cosenza's chief executive can only be replaced by someone else. The Devers' gaze swept across the people in the Senate. Most of the non-legion elders showed a look of desire, especially the elders of Brudi. In fact, it was understandable. There were many cities in the territory of the Dionia alliance, but there were 3 that were the most important. Turiae, which was the center of the Dionia alliance, Gramentum, the largest city in the Lucaria region, and also the hub of the northern part of the alliance, and Cosenza, the central city of the Brudi region. Although the rank of the chief executive of each city was the same, the chief executive of these 3 cities was invisibly superior, and it was also a kind of honor. Of course, the Devers understood what the elders were thinking, so he patiently explained, considering that once the war with Syracuse starts, the Brudi region and the Croton plains will soon become the frontline areas of Dionia closest to the battlefield. The chief executive of these areas will need to cooperate with the military operations of the army to meet their combat needs, such as settling the wounded, providing new soldiers, transferring food supplies, and so on. Therefore, we need an elder with both administrative experience and understanding of the operation of the army. Temporarily, the Devers emphasized the word temporarily, not wanting to disappoint some of the elders. As the chief executive of Cosenza, my suggestion is for Helos to temporarily take on this position. No one objected to the Devers' suggestion. Helos' outstanding performance as chief executive of Asplustum was obvious to everyone. Only Petaru, Cadarc, and the others were disappointed. After Polixus and the others were put on trial, the number of elders who objected to the Devers' suggestion decreased, so it was approved. At this time Helos, who had just been appointed, asked, Sir Administrator, if I go to Cosenza, who will take over my current position. Sir Hieronymus, I hope that you can temporarily take on the position of military supplies. The affairs of the army were decided by the Devers. No one else could interfere, and the Devers had already thought of a candidate. After all, the war was about to start, so military training naturally had to stop. Okay, Hieronymus replied softly. Although he did not express his feelings passionately, the Devers were very relieved. He knew Hieronymus well. Unlike Dracos, who only wanted to command the battle, Hieronymus was a man of few words, but he was serious and reliable in his work. As long as he was given respect and space to display his talents, he would be able to do a good job quietly. But considering that this was a war, the pressure on the logistics of the military supplies would be huge. The Devers still wanted to find him a helper. Mercies, you have to help Hieronymus more often. Mercies immediately complained. I can't even handle the things I'm in charge of, the finance of so many cities. Facing the speechless gaze of the Devers, his voice gradually became softer. Then he shrugged helplessly and said, All right, I'll try my best. The Devers then asked, Sir Hieronymus, it doesn't make sense for Turin to have a war. How many reserve soldiers are there in total? About 22,000, Hieronymus said without hesitation, as he was very dedicated to his job. The Devers nodded, then looked at the crowd and said loudly, Sirs, I suggest that we establish 2 reserve legions in Turin. Once the war breaks out, we can use these 2 legions to protect our city and deal with unexpected situations at the same time. I have no objections, Kunigarata said. I agree, Cornelis agreed as well. Even these 2 doyens, who are usually the most opposed to war, had agreed, let alone the other doyens. The key was that after the Devers left with the 1st and 2nd legions, Turin, which had no military strength, had made them feel unsafe. With 2 new legions, they felt much more at ease. Sir Consul, the number of soldiers in the new legions is sufficient, but they don't have the new legions' weapons and equipment. They might not even have the old equipment. You must know that most of these reserve soldiers are prospective citizens and registered freedmen. I'm afraid they don't have that much money to buy them, Hieronymus reminded. The Devers thought for a moment and said, You and Mercies gather Dios, the Legion's weapon shop, and a few other weapon merchants, as well as the manager of Kristoya's bank, to discuss a feasible solution to the problem of the new Legion's weapons and equipment. Try to unify them as much as possible. I understand, Hieronymus replied straightforwardly. Merseth wailed, We have to spend money again. Money again. At this moment, Kunigarata said, If the war with Syracuse breaks out, it will be a costly war. Gold and silver will be needed in all aspects. Therefore, I suggest that the Senate can represent the soldiers and come to an agreement with the weapon merchants. The soldiers will temporarily owe the weapons to the weapon merchants on credit, and after the war is over, the money will be returned with interest. I believe that the credibility of the Senate of Dionia is still worth the money. Sir Kunigarata, your suggestion is too good. Mercies immediately became happy and said, As citizens of Dionia, these weapon merchants should make such a contribution to Dionia. I don't care how you solve the problem of the new legion's weapons and equipment, but you must not force them. Otherwise, Tritodemus will talk to you, Devers reminded. Sir Consul is right. The citizen's property is protected by the Alliance's laws. No one can infringe on it. Tritodemus warned. Mercy's chubby face was full of smiles as he said, Don't worry, Your Honor. As a senator and a noble among the citizens of Dionia, how could I make such a mistake? Devers ignored him. He walked to the center of the hall and stood still. He looked around at the crowd and encouraged them with a passionate voice. My lords, the reason why the Alliance of Dionia could become so powerful and prosperous in just a few years is because of your hard work and contributions. Now we are facing the biggest challenge since the establishment of the Alliance. Syracuse, the Greek city-state that has been dominating the western Mediterranean Sea for hundreds of years, is like a mountain in front of us, Dionia. Not only does it want to stop us from advancing, it wants to crush us. Senators of Dionia, The elites of the citizens, the leaders of the people, are we willing to submit to this mountain and be crushed by it? Or are we going to face it together bravely and overcome all difficulties? After we overcome it, Dionia will be on a flat road. Defeat Syracuse, and Dionia will no longer have a powerful enemy in the western Mediterranean Sea. Even if all the citizens of Dionia have to live frugally, we will defeat Syracuse. Under the protection of Hades, no matter how great the difficulties are, we can overcome them. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we will eventually defeat them. Under the leadership of Devers, the senators expressed their desire to fight to the death against Syracuse. Chapter 398. Inside the city, Poimet was extremely anxious. However, he did not dare to send troops out of the city to stop them, because the city of Potentia was already surrounded. The number of Samnian troops far exceeded the information he had received beforehand. Some tribes in the southern part of the Potentian territory thought that the Samnian people were still far away from them, so they were careless and did not evacuate in time. As a result, they were either annihilated or captured by the Samnian people, or they desperately retreated further south into the territory of Germentum in fear. The panic brought about by these fleeing tribes of Potentia naturally spread to the tribes in the north of the Germentum territory. Just as they began to clamor to evacuate to the south, Alexis, who had already received the news from the scouts, felt that the situation was urgent. She resolutely decided that she could no longer wait for the Senate's order. She immediately led more than 8,000 soldiers who had already returned to the barracks and marched north. In the recent reform of the legions, not only did the Devers equip each legion with a 100-man scout team, but they also considered that in the battle in Italy, the light infantry's arms would already be numb after completing long-range attacks. They also had to assist the heavy infantry in attacking the enemy's flanks and pursuing them. Their physical exhaustion was no less than that of the heavy infantry, but their combat efficiency would be reduced. Therefore, after a discussion with the generals, they added a light armor battalion to each legion. They wore leather helmets, cowhide breastplates, triangular leather shields, leather tights, and leather sandals. Their combat weapons were 2-meter-long double-edged iron swords. They specifically selected young citizens who were good at running and climbing to join the battalion to assist the heavy infantry in combat. At the same time, the Devers also reformed the original light infantry battalion. Because the excellent stone throwers of Dionia mainly came from Rhodes, the other Balearic islands that produced stone throwers were under the control of Carthage. The scarcity of soldiers made it difficult for the legions to recruit more stone throwers. Therefore, except for the 1st and 2nd legions, which still had stone throwers, the other light infantry battalions were half archers and half javelin throwers. In addition, the number of excellent Thracian light shield bearers could no longer keep up with the speed of expansion of the Legion of Dionysia. Therefore, starting from Legio IV, the light shield bearers were no longer part of the light infantry. Its function was mainly carried out by the javelin wielders and light armored soldiers, thus simplifying and unifying the Legion of Dionysia. In addition to the engineering camp, armament camp, cavalry squad, medical camp, and other auxiliary organizations, the Legion of Dionysia now had a total of nearly 8,700 people. It could be said to be a fully functional legion. As Alexis headed north, she also sent people to inform Bagul to prepare the defenses of the northern Germentum. Lucania municipality was mainly mountainous, and Potentia was the highest in the area, with an average elevation of more than 500 meters. Fortunately, most of the soldiers of Legio III were Lucanians. They had lived here since young and had long adapted to the environment. The Legio III marched in 3 columns through the lowlands and valleys between the mountains, like a long dragon winding its way through the mountains, stretching for 5 to 6 miles from the front to the back. At this moment, on a small hill, Gurney, the son of Hilpini's leader, Villani, was closely watching the movements below. "Leader, look." A soldier beside him suddenly shouted, "Idiot, keep your voice down." Gurney kicked him and scolded, "Don't scare the enemy away." There was a dot of golden light in the distance that was hidden by the trees. After a while, this dot of golden light turned into a large flag. On top of the flag was a brass statue of Hades holding a double-pronged fork. It was unusually dazzling under the sunlight. The person holding the flag was a tall man in military attire. He was also wearing a complete animal fur, so he looked particularly burly. In fact, it was the fur of a large hound. Hounds were loyal and brave. The loyal hound of Hades was the three-headed dog, Cerberus. Besides, with the modern mentality of Devers, they would not allow their men to hunt animals for decoration purposes. "Humph, it looks good." A Samied soldier pretended to be disdainful and whispered, "I just don't know if it can fight." Gurney did not speak. He focused his attention on the Dionysian army that was slowly approaching him. He knew very well that this time the reason why his father had contacted the Pentine and Cotini tribes to attack Potentia was not only because of the strong support and encouragement from Syracuse, but also because of the oppression from the sudden rise of a powerful neighbor in the south. At this moment, he wanted to open his eyes wide and see clearly what kind of strange and powerful enemy he was about to face. Behind the bearer of the flag was a flag bearer. The tall black flag was embroidered with the golden letters Dionia Legio III, fluttering in the wind in midair. Originally it was red. That was because the Devers were influenced by Rome. However, as he became more and more integrated into this era, and the faith of Hades had penetrated deep into the hearts of the people of Dionia, he took into account that Hades was the lord of darkness and worshipped the color of black, so he changed the color of the military flag. Behind the flag-bearer of the Legion was the flag-bearer of the 1st Battalion, who was holding a statue of death that was one size smaller than the statue of Pluto. Then came the drummers and buglers of the Legion. Gurney rubbed his tired eyes. The army of Dionia looked majestic, but there were too many fancy things. He cursed in his heart. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, who appeared next, made his eyes widen. The black bronze helmet was not like the Corinth-style helmet worn by the Greek soldiers in Campania, which covered the entire head with only 2 eye holes. Instead, it was like an upside-down bowl with the whole face exposed. There was a cheek guard blocking the side of the face. The style was very similar to the helmet of the Samnese soldiers, except that there were no decorative feathers or colorful ponytails on the crown. Black linen breastplate, black greaves, a spear in the right hand, and a shield in the left, the shield. Gurney was shocked to find that the shields held by the soldiers of Dionia were very similar to the shields of the Samnese soldiers. The shields were half the height of a person, rectangular with a protruding center and concave sides. The surface of the shields was curved. The only difference was that the shields of the soldiers of Dionia were painted black instead of red. Isn't Dionia a city-state of the Greeks? Why don't they use the traditional round copper shields and Corinth helmets of the Greeks? Why do they look so similar to the Samnese? The shocked Gurney certainly did not know that in recent years the Archon and Devers of Dionia had finally completed the upgrade of the Legion's weapons and equipment, abandoning the cumbersome Collins helmets and round shields in favor of new helmets and long arc-shaped shields. Of course, such large shields were not made of copper. They were made of wood with a layer of cowhide on the outside, which reduced the weight of the soldiers by at least 10 pounds and enhanced their mobility. At the same time, it also brought about some new tactical changes. Except for the red, white, and purple helmets worn by the soldiers of the Dionysian army, which should be the officers and generals of the team, the rest of the soldiers were all black, making the whole army look like a black serpent from hell, filled with the aura of death and coldness. Gurney unconsciously took 2 deep breaths, put on the helmet with a row of colorful ponytails, pulled down the cheek guard, and ordered in a low voice, "Inform Abrini on the opposite hill to get ready. When the enemy's vanguard passes, we will launch an attack and teach these deceiving enemies a lesson." "Yes, Chief." The rider waved the red flag, painted with a wolf's head, on the top of the hill. The soldiers of Dionia at the foot of the hill could not see it, and the Samnese on the opposite hill also waved their flag in response. The Samnese warriors held their breath, holding javelins and stones, and crouched on the hill, waiting for the Dionia to pass through the foot of the hill. But at this moment, the Dionia stopped advancing, and a general on horseback rushed to the front of the team, seemingly saying something to the soldiers. After a while, the team began to move forward again, but just after a few steps, they stopped again, and the general said something to the soldiers again. 3 times in a row, they walked and stopped. The Dionia almost walked into the ambush, but they dilly-dallied in this short distance and wasted too much time. Gurney felt that his patience was about to run out. He rubbed his numb body with his hands, secretly cursing the Dionia for being so slow. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the top of the hill. The enemy is coming. The enemy is coming. The soldiers shouted loudly. What's going on? Gurney didn't care about the ambush at this moment and hurriedly asked the people around him. Chief, the Dionia. The Dionia are coming from the back of the hill, and they want to surround us. The guard who ran to check the situation hurriedly reported. In fact, there was no need for him to say more. Gurney had already overlooked the flashing black shadows in the forest on the hillside behind them. We were tricked. The cunning Dionia already knew that we were ambushing here and deliberately attracted my attention in front, but they wanted to surround and annihilate us. Such a thought flashed through Gurney's mind, but he did not panic and immediately ordered, "Blow the horn!" Since the Dionia dared to come up the hill, then let them have a taste of the power of the Samanese. The low and long sound of the horn reached the foot of the hill, and Alexis, the commander of Legio III, who was riding at the front of the team, immediately looked up. It seems that the Samanese have discovered our detour, Lazuru, the commander of the 1st Brigade, said in fluent Greek. Ever since he was humiliated in the Isthmian tournament, he had spent a lot of time practicing his Greek, and his Greek had improved significantly. Chapter 399. I'm sure of it. Karaguru confidently pointed at the mountain in front of him. These Simonians chased after the tribes of Potentia and came here. I don't know where they got the news, but they actually wanted to ambush us here. They didn't know that my men had already seen their every move. Karaguru, your team has made a great contribution today. I'll remember it. Alexis patted the horse that was a little restless. Although our army has never trained in Potentia, I believe that you all have not forgotten the terrain here, right, Lazuru? You've brought us to the southern mountains of Potentia several times in civilian clothes. How could I forget? Our military law has strict rules that all officers of the Legion must memorize the terrain of the area in their heads. Lysum pointed at his own head. Sir Devers is a great man. Alexis sighed. It was precisely this military law that the Devers had formulated that was strictly enforced by the officers and soldiers, so that the army could be prepared in times of war. He then remembered the advice of the Devers when he was appointed as the commander of Legio III. He said seriously, "Now is the time to test you. At the same time, let us see how powerful the Simonians are." Gurney saw the flags waving in the opposite mountain. Obviously, the enemy was attacking Abrini's team at the same time. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to worry about his good friend. He led his more than 1,000 soldiers down the mountain. Other than the colorful crown on his helmet, his equipment was no different from the other soldiers. He wore a golden copper helmet, a loose red, short-sleeved robe that only reached his knees, and a leather belt tied around his waist. He held a spear in his right hand and 4 or 5 javelins in his left. Other than that, there was nothing else. Because he had considered beforehand that they were going to ambush the Dionysian army, Gurney brought only lightly armed soldiers. They saw the steep hillside as flat ground, shuttling between rocks and trees. They were as agile as monkeys, stepping on thorns and gravel barefoot without feeling any pain. Soon they approached the Dionysian army who were climbing up. Compared to the speed at which the Samni went down the mountain, the speed at which the Dionysians went up the mountain was slower. They were a mix of light infantry, light armor soldiers, and heavy infantry. They pulled out a loose arc-shaped battle line and tried to surround this side of the forest so that the Samni could not escape. However, they did not expect the Samni to come so quickly. As the temporary commander of this mixed army, Legio III's 2nd Brigade, Kelsima didn't panic at all. If it was a few years ago, when Lucania municipality hadn't merged with the Dionysia alliance, Kelsima would definitely lead his tribe's warriors to fight. But now he was already a qualified commander of the Legion of Dionysia. Archers ready. Heavy infantry, protect them. As Kelsima gave the order, the heavy infantry of the Legion had already leaned against the trees and rocks, erecting long arc-shaped shields to protect themselves and the archers. The light armor soldiers and javelin throwers retreated even further. Unless the Simonians broke through the heavy infantry's line of defense, it would be difficult for them to attack them. Under the protection of the long shields, the archers calmly drew their bows and aimed at the Samnian people who were rushing towards them. The Samnian people's formation was even more loose. Coupled with the lush trees that covered the mountains and plains, the effect of a team's shooting would be minimal. Therefore, a more accurate one-on-one shot was needed. Although the Simonians were 100 meters away from the heavy infantry, the javelins they threw while running had strong kinetic energy. In an instant, the javelins flew in front of the heavy infantry. Bang! 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 More than half of the javelins hit the long shields accurately. The heavy infantry looked at the sharp tips of the javelins and could not help but feel a little frightened. They were heavy javelins. The arrows of the Dionysia archers also shot out. Without any protection, the Simonians quickly crawled under the rocks or hid behind the tree trunks to avoid the arrows. For a moment, spears and arrows were flying in the forest. The Dionysian soldiers had a stronger defense, and the archers had a more stable platform to shoot arrows from. The Samni relied on their agile movements and the powerful penetrative power of their javelins to resist the Dionysian soldiers. Even though they had no defense and their casualties were gradually increasing, it did not weaken their fighting spirit. Relying on the cover of the trees, Gurney and his subordinates had already approached within 40 meters of the Dionysians. When he saw that the javelins he had thrown with all his might had caused the shields of the Dionysian heavy infantry to shake a few times and the soldiers to almost fall, he weighed the last javelin in his hand and thought to himself, "Just a little closer, just a little closer. I can definitely kill one more." He thought confidently and suddenly got out of the tree where he was hiding. He nimbly circled around the snake-shaped route and continued to rush down. The entire Simonians' line of skirmishers was about 30 meters away from the enemy. Gurney leaned against a big tree and dodged the enemy's arrows like the other soldiers. When the archers took out their arrows, he emerged again and was ready to throw the javelin in his hand at the heavy infantry in front of him. At this time he saw a shocking scene. The heavy infantry of Dionysia suddenly threw away the long shields in their hands and made a throwing motion. Not good, javelins. Gurney's eyes suddenly widened. The heavy infantry on the opposite side actually threw javelins. Thousands of javelins mixed with arrows flew out, catching the Samiad soldiers off guard. Many Samiad soldiers who did not have time to hide were immediately pierced by the javelins, and screams could be heard everywhere. Gurney did not have time to make a judgment. When the heavy infantry of Dionysia threw the javelin throwers 10 meters behind them also rushed up and threw the javelins in their hands again. The light armored soldiers followed closely behind them. While the Simonians were dodging the javelins, they crossed the line of defense of the heavy infantry and quickly approached the enemy. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Gurney knew that he could no longer show off at this moment. The strange tactical combination of the Dionysia soldiers had disrupted their attack rhythm. If they continued to delay, they might not be able to leave. Gurney quickly retreated while gesturing. The bugler who had been following behind him immediately blew the horn. However, the speed of the light armored soldiers of Dionysia was not slow either. As Lacanians, they were also good at climbing mountains. Moreover, they were also wearing light armor and had rested for a while. Therefore, when the Simonians hesitated for a moment, they were caught up by the light armored soldiers, not to mention the injured soldiers. On the hillside filled with trees and rocks, it was a battle of spears against leather shields and short swords. It was not an easy task for the Samanai warriors to widen the distance between them and unleash the power of their long weapons. Once the Dionic light armor soldiers got close to them, the Samanai warriors would be in danger. On the mountain ridge, one was running while the other was chasing. It was common to see one-on-one fights with spears and swords. When Gurney crossed the mountain ridge and escaped from the pursuit of the Dionia soldiers, he found that there were only about 500 people following him. He had lost almost half of his soldiers. By the time he met up with Abrini's troops, his good brother had already been hit by a javelin and was on the verge of death. Out of the 1,000 soldiers he led, only about 300 were left. Originally, he wanted to ambush the Dionysian army, but he did not expect to be ambushed by the Dionia soldiers. Furious and depressed, Gurney led his defeated soldiers and quickly retreated to the north without any rest. These are the Simonians. Alexis looked at the corpses on the ground carefully. She even touched the thick calluses on the soles of their bare feet. They're very hard, like they're wearing a pair of shoes. Shima, you just fought with the Simonians. Tell me how it feels to fight them. Shima thought for a moment and said, Commander, the Simonians are very brave. They're all light infantry, but they dared to rush less than 30 meters away from us and throw javelins. Their formation is very loose, and there's a lot of time between them. This reduces the accuracy of our light infantry's long-range attacks. This tactic is very similar to our light infantry's tactics. Also, look! Shima grabbed a Simonian javelin and passed it to Alexis. Alexis weighed the javelin in her hand, then brought the tip of the javelin closer to her eyes for a closer look. Her expression became serious. It's a javelin with a heavier spearhead. It's about the same weight as our javelins. Is that why nearly 100 of your men were injured? Kelsima nodded and said seriously, their javelin-throwing skills aren't any worse than Epthenes's light shield-bearers. As long as their shields are hit head-on, they can often pierce through them. That's how our brothers were injured. Alexis lowered her head and looked at the shields that were pierced by a few javelins. She said, I heard from the soldiers that the Simonians run very fast in the forest. You couldn't catch up with them, no matter how hard you tried. That's why they escaped. Shima retorted, unconvinced. The Simonians run very fast, but we Lucanians are also good at climbing the forest. If we weren't wearing heavier armor, we would have caught up with them long ago. I heard from the people of Potentia that although the Simonians also have heavy infantry who wear breastplates, most of them are light infantry who throw javelins. Alexis looked at the rolling mountains in front of her and felt a little worried. Order the army to speed up and set up camp in the valley upstream of Bacento, which is the closest to us. Less than a mile north of Potentia City, in a former Potentia village, Gurney stood in front of the leader of the Hilpini tribe, Villani, with his head lowered. Chapter 400. His question made Gurney raise his head, and the other leaders in the wooden house also became interested. Dionia. At this moment, when Gurney heard this name, hatred rose in his heart. He tried to recall the scene at that time. Their soldiers are mostly heavy infantry, but their heavy infantry is different from the Greek heavy infantry we have seen before. Their helmets are very similar to ours, and they are not holding round copper shields, but long shields similar to ours. The Samanese leaders were surprised. What we have to pay special attention to is that their heavy infantry is also like our heavy infantry. They can throw javelins. Gurney recalled the painful scene. However, the leaders were in an uproar. When did the Greeks start to learn our tactics? The people of Dionia have never come into contact with us. How could they learn our tactics? While the leaders were discussing, Veroni asked with concern, Then, does the heavy infantry of Dionia have the same equipment as our heavy infantry? It's not the same. Their chest armor is tighter, covering their arms, chest, back, crotch, and thighs. They also have shin armor on their calves. That means we will be at a disadvantage in a face-to-face javelin throw, Lucine, the leader of the Kappas, said worriedly. We will be fine with long shields. No matter how thick the armor is, it will be injured by a javelin throw. On the contrary, the heavy infantry of Dionia is too heavily armed, and it is not good for moving in the mountains. Lescock, the leader of Beneventum, did not care too much about this. Leader Lescock is right. Quinduk, who was responsible for leading the Cottini warriors to participate in the battle, said confidently, We have fought with the Greeks of Campania many times. Their heavy infantry is cumbersome in the mountains, and it is difficult for them to walk, so they can't catch up with us at all. Instead, they are not agile enough to avoid the javelins we throw from behind them, and we will not easily fight with the Greeks on the plains. Leader Quinduk is talking about our decades of experience in dealing with the Greek heavy infantry. The mountains are the world of the Samones. Since the people of Dionia dare to come in, we will make it impossible for them to go out. Lucine said loudly to encourage. That's right. Kill the people of Dionia. Let them know the power of the Samoni. Many leaders echoed. But Dionia doesn't only have heavy infantry. Gurney had to remind the overconfident leaders. They also have archers, javelin throwers without armor or shields, and light infantry with small shields and short swords. They move very fast in the mountains. I think they might be Lucanians, and what should attract our attention is that the heavy infantry, archers, javelin throwers, and light infantry in the Dionysian army, they cooperate very well with each other. Obviously, they have been trained for a long time. They are obviously different from the citizen soldiers of the Greek city-states in Campania. After Gurney finished speaking, the leaders fell into deep thought. At this moment, Villain said in a low voice, The Dionia have arrived at Potentia in such a short time, so this troop must not be the main force of Turiae. There must not be too many of them. Since they have the guts to come, we will let them have a taste of the power of the Samiad warriors. His words lifted the spirits of the leaders. Quinduk, you will lead 7,000 Cottini warriors to guard the camp. The other leaders will lead all your warriors and attack the attacking Dionia with me. Great leader, you mean all the Hilpini warriors? Lescock asked in surprise. Yes, 25,000 Hilpini warriors. Villain said clearly. Isn't that too many? I think it's too little. If Torek hadn't brought his 18,000 Pentine warriors to attack Poseidonia, I would have asked his Pentine army to come with us. Villain said with a face full of pride. This time I will eat this Dionia army that dares to enter Potentia alone. What if the Lucanians in Potentia suddenly come out? Lucani asked with a little worry. I was worried that they would not dare to come out. Quinduk looked at Villain and said with a smile. Villain nodded and said, There are no more than 10,000 warriors in Potentia. If they dare to come out, Quinduk, don't be in a hurry to defeat them. Instead, keep them busy. I will lead the army back as soon as possible and attack from the front and back with you to annihilate them. Understood. Quinduk's eyes flashed with a cold light. Felicius, you're finally back. Devers came out of the living room happily and held Felicius' hands. He said with a smile, I heard that you did a good job in Cosenza. The leaders of the Brudi tribe and the herdsmen line up in front of your official residence every day, wanting to see you. Ha! After being the governor for more than a year. You can't bear to let go of it, can you? Sir, don't make fun of me. Next time, no matter how much you try to persuade me, I will not go to the Brudi region to be the governor. Felicius smiled bitterly and shook his head. The people there do not believe in judges at all. No matter how big the dispute is, they come to me, the governor. If it were not for the full assistance of Hezetus, the former leader of the Xylan tribe, I don't think I could have stayed in Cosenza for more than 3 months. But you have been in Cosenza for more than a year, and the Senate Public Administration Committee has investigated you several times. They all think that you have done a good job in Cosenza. I believe that it will be very easy for you to be the governor of other cities. Devers smiled and praised him. Come, let's go in and talk. Both parties sat down, and the slaves served the syrup. Felicius was not in the mood to drink it. He immediately said to Devers, "Sir, this time you propose me to be the commander of the southern part of Dionia, commanding the 4th and 5th legions. But to be the commander-in-chief of the entire Southern Alliance coalition army, I think it will be too difficult. Will big cities like Crotone and Lygum be willing to listen to my command?" After listening, Devers advised him seriously, "Felicius, this task is indeed a little troublesome. But even if it is troublesome, you have to do your best and do it well. You have to know that although the agreement of the Southern Alliance states that all cities, big or small, are to be treated equally, but all the cities understand that in reality, Dionia is the leader of this alliance. If we are not the commander-in-chief of this alliance, if we are not responsible for the organization and command, which city would dare to be the leader? So don't worry. Boldly manage and command the alliance. Also, I have written letters to the councils of the cities like Crotone and Lygum, asking for their active cooperation. The messengers have already been sent. At the same time, the Senate has also arranged for Sir Ansitanos to be your diplomatic liaison officer, responsible for coordinating with the various cities." "That's great." Felicius' expression relaxed a lot, but he continued, "Sir, you asked us to set up defenses in Conconia and Trine. But now that Syracuse has not declared war, will Conconia and Trine allow us to set up camps on their land in advance? Once Syracuse declares war, their army will quickly land at Locri. But our alliance comes from various cities, and it will take a lot of time just to gather them together, not to mention the fact that we have to rush to Conconia and Trine to set up camps. What if Syracuse's army breaks through Conconia before the camps are built? That is indeed a problem. After the war starts, there will be many unexpected factors, and no one can make accurate predictions." Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, "Do your best to follow the original plan. If things don't work out, do your best to preserve our strength. Don't fight blindly. But there is a bottom line that you must keep in mind." Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said firmly, "Defend Canopetia and Asprustum, and help Crotone defend Ciudad Crotone. As long as this line of defense is not lost, we can keep the enemy outside our territory, accumulate our strength, and wait for a counterattack." "All right, sir. I will defend the territory in the south and wait for your return." Felicius promised, but he asked, "What if Syracuse's fleet bypasses Crotone and lands behind us?" Felicius' overcautious attitude disappointed Devers. He said impatiently, "It's not that easy to land tens of thousands of soldiers on our land. Don't we have 2 new legions? Also, this is not something you should be concerned about. It's Sexlian's business. Sexlian, once the war between Dionia and Syracuse breaks out, what preparations does your navy have?" Devers asked with a serious expression. Chapter 401. But Siclian rubbed his nose. "Since you are about to take away the 1st Legion that has been training with us for months, I will need to retrain the soldiers of the new Legion. However, this won't take too much time, and I believe that I will soon be able to lead this brand new fleet south to seek out the Syracuse Navy for a decisive battle. I believe that the Syracuse Navy will definitely be shocked." Siclian appeared to be in high spirits, clearly filled with confidence towards the new strategy. The Devers lightly shook their heads and their hearts, reminding him earnestly, "Siclian, even if you win against the Syracuse Navy in some part of the Ionian Sea, it is inevitable that our ships will be damaged. The soldiers who have fallen into the water need to be rescued. The damaged ships need to be repaired, and the captured ships need to be towed back. You have so many things to take care of. But you must know that Syracuse has more than one fleet. What if," the Devers emphasized, "while you are busy, enemy reinforcements appear?" The Devers saw that Siclian was in a hurry to explain, so they reached out to stop him. "Even if enemy reinforcements don't appear, it won't be easy for you to take care of the aftermath. Furthermore, we only have one fleet, and I hope that it will only grow stronger and not weaker. That is why I suggest that you arrange for the first naval battle to be. After listening to the Devers' detailed plan, Cyclian was completely convinced. I understand, my lord. I will carry out your plan. However, there is something I need your help with right now, or else it will affect the Navy's preparations for war. What is it? With the arrival of the warships from the other alliances, our dry docks won't be enough. This was a problem. The Devers thought for a moment before saying, I will have Lord Kunigarada speed up the construction of more dry docks on both sides of the Krati River from Turiai City to the estuary. We will establish a naval base to satisfy your needs. The Legio III of Dionia arrived at the Pigno Valley. The Pigno River was a tributary of the Bacento River, the largest river that flowed through Potentia. Although it was only a small river, it was enough to meet the water needs of an entire legion. Furthermore, the soil in the valley was soft, lush with water plants, and steep and unclimbable mountains on both sides. It was a good place to set up camp. Therefore, Alexis chose to build a camp in the open part of the valley. All the soldiers unloaded their gear and started to dig the trench. The leader of the reconnaissance team, Kriguru, rushed over and reported, Commander, we found the Samanai coming from 5 miles to the north. There are about 20,000 of them. More than 20,000 people. Alexis was shocked. The Samanai had come so quickly, and in such a large number, it was beyond his expectations. From this, he could feel the ferocity of the Samanai, and their desire for revenge was very strong. Alexis looked regretfully at the unfinished trench in front of him. If he had 2 or 3 more hours, the Legio III would be able to build a rough camp, and then they would have the strength to fight against the Samanai. Retreat. He decisively gave the order. What? The herald thought he had heard wrong. Retreat now. Alexis shouted again. After the bugle sounded, Ritoru arrived a moment later. Commander, why are we retreating when we just arrived at the camp? Could it be that Si Hao Bing misheard the order? Ritoru asked in a questioning tone. He didn't. Over 20,000 Samanai warriors are charging at us. We can't go head-to-head with the Samanai who outnumber us twice as many when we haven't set up camp and our brothers are extremely exhausted. We can only retreat first and look for an opportunity later. Alexis explained a little more to show respect to the leader of the 1st Brigade. Retreating before the battle? This is too bad for morale. The soldiers and the people of Dionia will think we are cowards. We won't be able to hold our heads up high in front of the soldiers of the other legions. Ritoru retorted. Besides, I think that even if it's only 9,000 against 20,000, our legion can still resist the enemy's attack and defeat them. The Devers once said that the Samanai are fierce. Even if we can defeat them, we will cripple the Legio III. Do you think we still want to participate in future battles? More importantly, this will affect the Devers' plan. Alexis held back his anger and explained a little more. I believe that repelling the enemy's attack and building a camp here is what Lord Daphis wants. Ritoru retorted without backing down. Carry out the order. Alexis decided not to argue with him. The military law of Dionia emphasized military discipline. During wartime, subordinates had to obey their superiors. Ritoru stared at Alexis angrily, but in the end he chose to obey. This meant that Ritoru had surpassed the level of a tribal warrior and was now a qualified Dionia general. He reluctantly saluted. When he turned around, he deliberately said in a loud voice, If Lord Hieronymus is still the commander of the Legion, he will never retreat. Alexis pretended not to hear his angry words. Now he had to think about how to retreat safely. The city of Potentia was situated on the upper reaches of the Bacento River. The land there was relatively flat, but the terrain was higher and could be considered a small plateau. The city was built on a large but relatively gentle hillside. Potentia had spent decades building a large city out of stone. Now Puamet and the tribal leaders were anxiously observing the movements of the Samanai outside the city every day. Great leader, look. The Samanai army is heading south. Shahadat pointed at the dust-filled, noisy place outside the city and said loudly. Puamit's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted excitedly, "Tribesmen, Dionia's reinforcements must have arrived." This sentence excited the leaders and warriors. The powerful Dionia had come to their rescue. This good news relieved them of the worries they had for the past few days. "Should we send reinforcements?" one of the leaders asked excitedly. "No." Puamit refused without hesitation. He said cautiously, "The only thing we can do now is to defend the city with all our might and wait for Dionia's reinforcements to arrive." When the Samanai arrived at the Pinio River Valley, all they saw was an unfinished circular trench that was several miles long. The Dionia are as cowardly as rabbits. They actually ran away. Leskuk panted heavily and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground with a look of regret. "Father, most of the Dionia soldiers are heavy infantry. They shouldn't have run far. We should use this opportunity to chase after them and defeat them." Journey, who was eager for revenge, said urgently to Hilpini, "Of course." Villani wasn't willing to come here for nothing. He immediately ordered his troops to continue the pursuit. The rash Samanai were quickly ambushed by Legion III's light infantry. After paying the price of a few hundred casualties, they still couldn't capture the Lacarian light infantry, who were better equipped and better at climbing mountains. As angry as Villani was, he had no choice but to be cautious. As such, Legion III was finally able to shake off the Samanai's pursuit. At dusk, they entered a military camp on the border between the Grimentum and Potentia. After setting off from the Grimentum yesterday, they only showed their faces in the Grimentum for a short while. Today, they were forced to return to the Grimentum. Alexis and the soldiers of the Third Legion were also a little depressed. Poseidonia, a coastal city not far north of Elia, not the city of Poseidon on the Aegean Sea, was a colonial city built by the Sabaris people. It was once a Greek city-state in Italy famous for its roses and 3 temples to the goddesses, 2 temples to Hera and 1 to Athens. However, after the Lucanians moved south 100 years ago, this Greek city-state fell after years of continuous attacks by the Lucanians. It eventually became one of the towns of the tribes of Potentia. In the past few decades, Poseidonia had not been invaded by anyone. In the south, Elia could not even protect itself, so it did not have the strength to attack others. In the north, the Samanai preferred the mountains. They would rather invade the stronger and more heavily defended city of Potentia than come to the coast. Therefore, when the Lucanians of Poseidonia learned that the Samanai were going to attack Potentia, they did not show much concern for the safety of the city. They only took precautions and put more energy into discussing the problem of how many soldiers to send to reinforce Potentia. However, today, the sentries on the city tower rang the alarm bell. When the leaders and soldiers climbed up the city walls, they were shocked. There were so many Samanai outside the city that they could not see the end of them. They did not know how many people there were. The leader of the Pentine, Torek, stood at the front of the formation and looked at the small city in front of him. He saw and heard the panic and screams of the Lucanians on the city walls, but he did not care too much. Instead, he turned around and said to his subordinates, "What are the crossbows sent by the Syracuse called?" "Leader, they are called ballistae," a leader beside him reminded him. "I know, you don't need to say more." Torek stared and said, "Bring the crossbows, the ballistae up. Let us see how powerful these things are." 6 ballistae were placed in front of the formation, but the ones operating them were the Syracuse people. Chapter 402. Amidst the cheers of the Samanai warriors, Tolek's face was full of excitement. He knew that the Samanai's weakness in sieging cities had been made up for by this terrifying thing, and he was now fully confident in taking down Poseidonia. Not only would they have a better port, it would also be easier for the people of Syracuse to transport more food to them. At the same time, his poor tribesmen would be able to plunder without restraint and reap more benefits. In the evening, a family dinner was being held in the consul's mansion in Turiae. The Devers' two wives, adopted daughter Cynthia, adopted son Adoris, and son Clodocatax attended, as well as housekeeping supervisor Asuna, slave supervisor Ribazot, and intelligence supervisor Aristyras. Tonight's main meal was beef and mutton, so everyone had a wooden table, copper pot, and iron stove in front of them, except for Clodocatax. He was still young, and Christos was worried about him eating meat alone. Christos was 9 months pregnant, so it was not convenient for her to move around. She did not have the energy to take care of him. Little Crow's other mother, Agnes, was pregnant for more than 2 months and was at the peak of her pregnancy. She could not even look at beef and mutton and could only eat vegetables such as fruits, mushrooms, and seaweed. Of course, she could not take care of him. Thus, Little Crow and Asuna sat together. At this moment, the Devers, who sat at the head of the table, looked at everyone and said seriously, "Tomorrow I will be leaving Turiai for Potentia, so I will not be able to take care of the family. Christos and Agnes are both pregnant, so Asuna, Ribazot, and Aristyras will need you 3 to take good care of the family. I would like to thank you in advance." As he spoke, he raised his glass of wine. While he spoke, Crystal, Stoya, and Agnes looked at their husband with concern, unable to conceal the worry on their beautiful faces. Asuna and Ribazot hurriedly stood up. The Devers hurriedly waved their hands. "Sit down. Sit down. You are already citizens of Dionia, and we are a family. Don't make yourselves like strangers. Learn from Aristyras." Aristyras forced a smile on his cold face. The reason he did not stand up was that he was not used to the humility of Asuna and the others as a former citizen of Kadani. He picked up his cup and replied seriously, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll have my men keep a close watch on all of Turin. If there's anything out of the ordinary, I'll do as you said and look for Capys and Kunigarata immediately to eliminate the threat. All right, the safety of this family depends on you." Devers raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, and refilled it. Asuna immediately said, "Master, I'll take good care of the female slaves in the courtyard and take good care of the 2 madams. I'll also invite Lord Helps to come and check on them regularly, and we have the protection of the 2 gods, Hades and Hera." Asuna looked at Christos and Agnes and said with a smile, "When you return, my lord, the 2 madams and the children will be very healthy." "Good. Asuna, if everything is safe and sound, I'll reward you well when I return. I'll find you a husband that you're satisfied with. How about that?" The Devers happily teased. Asuna immediately protested, "My lord, you're a dignified consul of Dionia. It's not fair to make fun of me." "My lord, you're busy every day, so you probably don't know yet. Asuna already has someone she likes," Christos said softly from the side. "Oh, is that so?" The Devers became interested and hurriedly asked, "Who is it? Can you tell me?" Asuna blushed and glanced at Aristyras, who was at the next table. She lowered her head in silence. The Devers' heart skipped a beat, and he didn't ask again. "Come, Asuna, thank you for taking care of the 2 madams and the children. Cheers." Asuna drank it without hesitation. The Devers looked at Aristyras, who seemed to know nothing about this, and said to her, "I'll give you a suggestion. Go ask Agnes more often. With Hera's protection, do you have to be afraid that your wishes won't come true?" Asuna was greatly moved when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Agnes reminded her bluntly, love between 2 people is under the jurisdiction of the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Hera is only responsible for marriage and family. Love without marriage is a lie. The Devers said half jokingly and half seriously, "In Dionia, Hera is also responsible for love before marriage." "Madam, you don't have to worry about Asuna's matters. This is my responsibility." Christoia smiled and freed Asuna from the awkwardness. She then said to Ribazot seriously, "Ribazot, I'll leave the affairs of the outer court to you. Don't let miscellaneous matters disturb me during this time." "Madam, don't worry, I'll take care of it. This is my duty." Ribazot respectfully finished the wine in his glass. At this moment, Cynthia said, "Father, I'll take care of mother and my brothers." The Devers heard this and had a face full of joy. "Good, good. Our daughter has grown up and can help the family now. Come, I'll give you a toast too." "Daddy, Daddy, I want to drink this too. I want to take care of mother too." Little Crow also began to shout. "Good, good, good." The Devers shook his slightly drunk head, overjoyed. Late at night in Kristoya's bedroom, Kristoya's lazy voice sounded. "I think you should go accompany Agnes. She needs you more right now. Don't talk Rustwell." The Devers used his left hand that was around her snow-white neck to pat her shoulder lightly and said gently. Kristoya turned slightly and burrowed her head into the Devers' chest again. She sniffed his scent and murmured, "Tell me, if I give birth to a daughter, I'll call her Eunice, okay?" "Eunice." The Devers muttered the name softly. Eunice means joyful victory, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Good name. What if it's a son? Then we'll call him Apox, which means courage, Kristoya said softly without hesitation. It was obvious that she had already thought about it. Devers Apox, Devers Crotocatax. All right, that's the name. The Devers readily agreed. But even after a long time, Kristoya did not respond. The Devers looked down. It turned out that his wife had fallen asleep. Pregnant women were very sleepy at this time. The Devers gently straightened her sleeping posture and kissed her smooth and beautiful face affectionately. He then put on Bolton and walked to the outer room where Asuna was guarding. Kristoya is already asleep. Where's the child? Little Crow is asleep too. Take care of them. I'll go check on Agnes. As soon as he entered his second wife's bedroom, he heard Agnes's gentle and hopeful voice. Devers, is that you? Why aren't you sleeping? This isn't good for the child. The Devers softly scolded her and lovingly picked her up from the bedside. He wanted to put her on the bed, but Agnes wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered worriedly, I'm a little worried. The Devers hugged her delicate body and lay down on the bed with her. What are you worried about? There's nothing to worry about. With the protection of Hades, your husband, I have never lost on the battlefield. I promise you I'll be back soon. The Devers' confident promise made Agnes's worries dissipate a little. She hugged her husband tightly and asked softly after a long time, Are my parents in danger? The Devers was stunned. In fact, if a war broke out between Dionia and Syracuse, Ligwym would be in the most danger. It was cut off by Rockley and its allies and far from the center of southern Italy, making it the most vulnerable to enemy attacks. But at this moment, the Devers could not tell the truth. He said in a low voice, Our southern Italian coalition will not let Syracuse threaten Ligwym so easily. But for safety's sake, you should advise your family to hide in Turiae for the time being. Turiae had Adelai Cruz's shipyard, so it would be easier to contact them. Yes, Agnes replied softly. The next day, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions, who had been mobilized for war since early in the morning, took an oath at the Victory Square in Turiae. Then, nearly 20,000 soldiers and the supply camp set out majestically towards the west. The people of Turiae and Amendola came to see them off. In their eyes, this was the first time the 1st and 2nd Legions were fighting in a distant and unfamiliar region. The furthest the army had gone before was Corunna, but it was a Greek city-state with frequent trade links. They could reach it in a day by boat. This time, they were fighting in an unfamiliar mountainous region where the natives ran rampant. Naturally, they were more worried about their loved ones. Thus, the people sent them off again and again, unwilling to leave for a long time. At the end of the expedition, the Devers were bidding farewell to the elders. Lord Cunigurata, Lord Cornelis, Lords, I'll leave the politics of Dionia to you. The Devers solemnly saluted the elders who were sending them off. Lord, if there's anything, we'll send someone to discuss it with you. Cunigurata promised. Win soon. Come back soon. Cornelis said expectantly. The Devers nodded and turned to Vespa. Don't worry, the Samni won't be able to charge into our Lucanian territory. Lord Consul, Please pay more attention to the Lacanians in Potentia, Hegemon requested. I'll do my best, the Devers replied. He looked at Hieronymus and Capys, and the two of them saluted him. The matters of the army had been arranged beforehand, so there was no need for him to say anything more. Chapter 403. The Devers mounted his horse and held down the restless war horse. He said confidently, "My lords, wait for the news of my victory." After he finished speaking, he turned his horse around and squeezed his legs hard. The restless war horse carried him and galloped away, following the long line of people all the way to the north. Along the way, they were accompanied by the spontaneous cheers and expectations of the people. "Lord Divers, please bring them back safely. May the Hades bless you with an easy victory." There were 2 routes from Thurii to Potentia. One was to cross the wooden bridge over the Krati River, head west to Abyssinia, then to Cosenza, then turn north to Vigo City, then to Laos, take a boat to Picassus, and finally reach Potentia. Alternatively, they could travel by land from Laos, pass through Nudum, Germentum, and finally reach Potentia. The second route was to head west from Thurii, trekking through the Tuyu Avenue to Nudum, then head north to Potentia. Due to the completion of the Tuyu Avenue, it would only take 3 days for a large group of troops to travel from Thurii to Nudum. For the Devers who understood the importance of speed in war, of course, they chose the latter route. On the second day after they entered the Western Mountains, the Devers received an urgent battle report from Germentum. The Simonians had taken down the city of Poseidonia. The Devers fell into deep thought. He quickly found Antonius and Amyntas, the 2 commanders, to discuss the matter. In the end, they changed their initial plan and sent a messenger back to inform the Germentum and Picassus to make preparations immediately. 3 days later, the Devers led the troops to Dara River Fortress, where he unexpectedly met Hinepolis. "Herny, why are you here?" the Devers asked, slightly surprised. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you were going to lead an army to Potentia, so I came to greet you." Hinepolis smiled happily as he greeted him. Devers looked at Hinepolis, who was about the same age as him. He couldn't help but feel touched, but he still cautiously asked, "How is the situation in Lars City right now?" "Very stable," Hinepolis blurted out. Seeing the Devers' doubtful expression, he added, "It's really much better. Ever since Mr. Ansatanos advised me, I've been discussing things with Uncle and the rest. Uncle is also willing to implement some of the laws that I've promulgated." "That's good." Devers nodded and said no more. After all, Hinepolis was already the head of a state, and he didn't want to interfere with Laos' internal affairs. He looked at Hinepolis and said, "But you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. I just heard the news that the Samni have taken over Poseidonia." "I heard that too." Hinepolis was a little confused. "How will this affect Laos?" Devers said straightforwardly, "I plan to lead the army from Laos port to Picassus. I calculated that a passenger ship can carry 50 people. To transport this army, we need at least 400 ships, and this doesn't include the cavalry and the supply camp. Herny, do you think Laos can provide so many ships?" Devers looked at Hinepolis with concern. "Of course," Hinepolis said cheerfully. "Laos can use merchant ships to transport the army for you, but I have a small request." At this point, Hinepolis smiled proudly. "What request?" Devers didn't have time to joke with him and asked directly. As a member of Dionia's alliance, Laos should send an army to battle with Dionia according to the treaty. "I hope that I will lead Laos's army to go to Potentia with you." Hinepolis looked at Devers with anticipation. After the novelty of being the first consul, he was tired of dealing with so many affairs and facing so many obstacles. He wanted to go out and relax. The arrival of Devers provided him with a good opportunity. Sure, Divers pondered for a while before agreeing to it. As an ally of Dionia, Laos was obligated to send troops. With Henipolis leading the army, it would also increase the prestige of this young man who had just become consul. Just as the Devers changed their marching route and turned towards Laos, the port of Syracuse was already filled with thousands of ships, and there were still thousands of ships outside the port. Almost all the passenger ships and merchant ships of Sicily under Syracuse's control were concentrated on the waters of Syracuse, completely turning the port, the naturally formed circular bay outside the port of Syracuse, into a land paved with ship planks. At the port and in the city, there were more than 100,000 people bustling about for the army's expedition across the sea. Such a grand and spectacular scene left Phoebus, who came from Sparta, dumbfounded. Dionysius glanced at him and pointed at the sea of people gathered at the port, waiting to board the ships, and said with a sigh, "A few decades ago, Athens sent more than 40,000 troops to Sicily in an attempt to conquer Syracuse. At that time, although the people of Syracuse did not surrender, we were panicking all day long, thinking that the disaster of Syracuse was coming. If today," Dionysius swung his fist forward with force, and his voice was filled with pride and heroism, "if the people of Athens dare to come again, I only need to send half of the army to make sure they never return." Phoebus still said bluntly, "Dionysius, other things aside, isn't it because of the existence of your enemy, Dionia, that you sent such a huge army?" Dionysius's mouth twitched a few times, then he laughed and said, "I'm afraid the people of Dionia are now having a headache about how to defeat the Simonians. Phoebus, the reason why I sent a powerful army of nearly 80,000 people is mainly to deal with the southern Italian coalition. Although each of these Greek city-states is not very strong, it's still a little troublesome when they come together. Besides, after we defeat those city-states, we must station some troops in the cities to make them obey us. Don't you think so?" Listening to Dionysius's complacent laughter, Phoebus felt that it was very harsh to his ears. The last time he came to Syracuse, Dionysius was not so arrogant, and he was still respectful to him as the messenger of Sparta. But now Sparta was deeply involved in the war, and Syracuse's strength was growing rapidly. Sparta's need for Syracuse was far greater than Syracuse's need for Sparta. Time has changed. Phoebus thought of this, forcibly suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and said no more. Of course, Dionysius also stopped provoking the young and arrogant general of Sparta. After all, he still needed him in the battle against Ionia. There was a cold silence between the two, and they both looked at the port under the watchtower. After a while, Leptines, the commander of the navy, boarded the watchtower built at the west end of Ortygia Island. He said respectfully to the helpless Dionysius, "Brother, the soldiers have boarded the ships. They are waiting for you to give the order, and then lead them to Greece." "Got it." Dionysius nodded, then said to Phoebus, "We should go down too. Don't let the army wait too long." After saying that, he turned around and went down the tower, and Phoebus followed him. A magnificent chariot with 4 horses was already waiting under the tower. Dionysius directly stepped onto the chariot, with no intention of inviting Phoebus to ride with him. A guard next to them brought the war horse, and Phoebus and Leptines got on it one after another. "Let's go," Dionysius said. The 100 cavalrymen in front of them galloped back the way they came. The driver shook the reins, and the horses neighed as they began to pull the chariot. The 100 cavalrymen at the back also followed the chariot, and Dionysius was tightly surrounded in the center. The whole team passed through the tall city wall that separated Ortygia Island from Syracuse, and drove through the city center. There were already many people waiting on both sides of the street. When the cavalrymen passed, they cheered, and Dionysius kept waving in response from the chariot. This made Phoebus, who was riding behind him, confused. Didn't the people of Syracuse hate Dionysius's dictatorship? Why did it seem like Dionysius was loved by the people? In fact, the people of Syracuse had mixed feelings about Dionysius. On one hand, they hated Dionysius's oppressive rule and excessive taxation. On the other hand, they also enjoyed the security, strength, glory, and pride that Dionysius brought to Syracuse. If they could conquer Greece, there would definitely be a large amount of wealth and land flowing back to Syracuse, which was what the people longed for. At this moment, Dionysius, who was standing on the chariot, was enjoying the feeling of waving to the people. Due to the fear of assassination and riots, he had not held a public gathering for 7 or 8 years. He even thought, I heard, that Dionia has a triumphal victory celebration, which can bestow great glory to the returning generals. This time, after conquering Greece, when I return, I will definitely hold a triumphal ceremony of my own in Syracuse City. The team entered the port, and the ministers were already waiting in front of the dock. Lord Dionysius, Lord General, General Quan. Everyone saluted. Dionysius, who was dressed in golden armor, walked out of the chariot and waved goodbye to everyone. Finally, he walked up to Philistos and held his hands tightly. Philly, after I leave, I entrust Syracuse to you. Chapter 404. From the looks of it, Carthage won't do anything, but don't let your guard down. Also, Gela, Leontini, Camillina, Agrigento. Once these affiliated city-states discover any signs of rebellion, get Macias to send troops to wipe them out immediately. Dionysius instructed in a low voice. Understood, sir. Philistos nodded with a focused expression. Dionysius stared at him for a moment, then stepped forward and gave him a strong hug. I'll leave everything here to you, my friend. Philistos was about to reply when he heard Dionysius whisper in his ear coldly, This is a critical period. Once you discover any abnormalities in the city, immediately arrest and behead those traitors who want to disrupt this great expedition. Understand? Dionysius's cold words made Philistos' heart skip a beat. At this moment, Dionysius happened to see Herolas, who was not far behind Philistos, talking to someone else. He added in a low voice, also, don't trust Herolas too much. Don't let him participate in any city-state affairs while I'm not around. Understood, sir. Philistos was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded. Dionysius, Phoebides, and the rest boarded a 3-tiered warship. Dionysius waved at the people on the dock smugly. Everyone, you will soon hear the news of my victory. Next year, I will bring Syracuse a great Greece whose wealth and land area are no less than that of Sicily. After saying this, he put on a purple cloak and took a golden helmet decorated with colorful feathers from his attendant. After putting it on, he looked even more heroic and extraordinary. Set off. Amidst the cheers of his officials, he gave the order. On this day, almost all merchant ships sailing in the Strait of Messina witnessed this unprecedented spectacular sight. Thousands of warships, merchant ships, and passenger ships sailed north. The length of the fleet stretched from the southeast corner of Sicily to the tip of the Apennine Peninsula, almost cutting off the eastern sea route of the Strait of Messina. Every ship's sail was painted with an eye-catching 3-legged pattern, so no ships dared to cross this seemingly endless fleet, lest they be treated as intruders and sunk. Many experienced ship owners immediately sensed that something big was about to happen. They all turned around or took a detour, hurrying back to their cities to deliver this shocking news. Hienepolis's messenger quickly returned to Laos and conveyed the order. Dionia's army will pass through the port of Laos to go to Picassus. Arabuma of the Deverses' sudden change of route was really nervous. He immediately agreed and did his best to supervise this matter. Therefore, by the time Dionia's army arrived at Dalos, the few hundred merchant ships that had been temporarily requisitioned and the Dalos army that accompanied them to the battle were basically ready. Lord Devers, welcome to Laos! Arabuma led the important officials of Laos to welcome him at the city gate. The Devers sat on his horse and saw Arabuma leading a group of people to salute him. He could not help but have an illusion that Arabuma was the master of the city, and the little guy beside him, he glanced at Hienepolis and suppressed this strange thought. He then jumped off his horse, took off his helmet, and handed it to the guard beside him. Lord Arabuma, thank you for your help to Dionia. He returned Arabuma's salute seriously. This is Lao's responsibility as an ally. The man in his 40s replied respectfully with his head lowered. Hinepolis shouted from his horse, "Uncle, I want to follow Lord Devers to Potentia this time." Arabuma lifted his head and looked at him with a complicated expression. "I have no objections to this, but you have to discuss this with your mother." "All right, I'll tell her now." Hinepolis immediately rode his horse into the city. At this moment, the Devers said, "Hinepolis is still a child. He lacks experience in politics. He has caused a lot of turmoil in Laos recently. Thanks to you, Laos has been able to maintain its stability. Henny is only a few years older than you, but look at him." Arabuma blurted out impulsively when he heard this. When the Devers looked at him in surprise, he realized that his tone was a little harsh, so he quickly changed his words and complained, "Sigh, Henny has been a stubborn child since he was young. But managing a city-state wasn't something you could do as you pleased. All the officials have been holding a grudge against him recently. He's still young. He needs more time to slowly familiarize himself with the affairs of the city. That's why it's very important that you help him as an uncle. Of course, I'll also guide him during this expedition." On the surface, the Devers seemed to be comforting Arabuma, but his words revealed his support and protection for Hinepolis. Arabuma, of course, could understand the meaning behind his words. He felt a little disappointed, and at the same time, the thought that had been suppressed in his heart slowly loosened. "Sir Devers, I heard that tens of thousands of Samanai have invaded Potentia this time. Will it be difficult to repel them?" Arabuma suddenly asked. The Devers glanced at him and said, "As long as the alliance is in trouble, no matter how difficult it is, Dionia will do its best to help. Moreover, for Dionia, defeating the Samanai is only a matter of time." "Yes, yes." Arabuma smiled and said, "Sir Devers, you're a general who has won every battle." The Devers smiled and turned to see that the troops were ready. He asked, "Can we enter the city now?" "Of course. 600 cargo ships are already waiting at the port," Arbutus said hurriedly. "Ah, Lord Divers, you've had a hard time on this march. I've held a banquet at home to celebrate your arrival. Please have a meal before you leave. There's still plenty of time." "Sir Arabuma, thank you for your invitation. However, the war is urgent now. I'll attend your banquet after I return victorious. By then, you'll have to prepare a more sumptuous meal. Not only will I be attending, but a few other commanders will also be attending." The Devers rejected politely as if he was joking. "Then I'll be waiting for you to return victorious," Arabuma said with a smile. In fact, he did not mean to treat them to a banquet. He was just feeling inexplicably nervous standing in front of the Devers, so he said it casually. The bugle began to sound, and the war drums were beating rhythmically. The Dionysian army began to enter the city. At the front was a standard-bearer in bright armor, holding a large flag. In the center of the flag was a double fork with black hair entwined around it, surrounded by colorful gems. This was the flag that represented the city alliance of Dionia. Then came the cavalry. Since the Brudi region was incorporated into the Dionia alliance, the number of Dionia cavalry had greatly increased. The establishment of the cavalry had increased to 2,000, and they were officially promoted from a cavalry brigade to a legion. Although the mountains of Potentia were not suitable for cavalry battles, and although it was said that the Samanai cavalry did not have many, the Devers still brought 1,000 cavalrymen. They were led by the commander of the cavalry legion, Leds. The cavalry at the front raised the Pegasus flag, and the following cavalrymen lined up in 3 rows. All of them wore black leather helmets and black leather armor. They held spears in their right hands and black leather shields in their left hands. They entered the city in a neat formation. Then came the First Legion. Although the Dionia army had entered the city of Laos during the conquest of the Brudi region, a few years later, the people of Laos were shocked when they saw the soldiers of the Legion in uniform. The whole army was almost black, and even the shields that the Greeks loved to display their freedom were painted with a double-cross pattern. They were uniform, neat, and orderly. Coupled with their huge numbers and high morale, the Dionysian army marched on the main road of Laos in a procession-like manner. Be it the nobles, officials, civilians, or slaves of Laos, all of them were dumbfounded and terrified, including Arabuma, who accompanied the Devers. He quickly excused himself with the excuse that he had to make arrangements for Henipolis's expedition. He then hid on the roof of his mansion and watched the Dionia army marching towards the port with a complicated expression on his face. Throughout the long period of time, he kept thinking about one question. The Dionysian army is so powerful, can Syracuse really defeat it? He finally heaved a sigh of relief when the Dionysian army finally left the city. The news of the invasion of Syracuse first reached Hegemon. Not only did it cause panic among the people in the city, but the council in the city hall was also in a mess. Lord Antilochus, what should we do? The Syracuse army is coming. According to the ship owners who reported the news, the Syracuse fleet has covered the entire sea. Oh, that's terrifying. I estimate that there are more than 100,000 soldiers being transported. Lord Antilochus, you must immediately request for reinforcements from the Aeolian Alliance and the Southern Alliance. Otherwise, when the Syracuse army enters Greece, Hegemon will be finished. At this moment, a guard hurriedly came in to report. My lords, urgent report from the port lighthouse. A fleet has sailed out of Messina. There are about 80 warships heading towards our port. Chapter 405. It's over. Our port is going to be sealed. Hegemon is finished. Attilatus, you must immediately let Dionia send a fleet to chase away the people of Messina. Immediately send a messenger to negotiate with Dionysius. Dionysius's enemy is Dionia, not us. As long as we offer him gold and silver, he'll accept Hegemon. Enough! All of you, be quiet! Attilatus roared, shocking everyone. The people of Syracuse are still at sea, and you're already panicking like this. If you wait for them to disembark, won't you have to surrender immediately? Look at you. You're not even comparable to an ordinary militia. Dionysius has long wanted to occupy Hegemon so that he can monopolize the Strait of Messina and obtain a huge amount of wealth. He won't agree to our negotiation. Whoever dares to betray the interests of the city-state, I'll let the guards feed him to the fishes. Attilatus scolded angrily. Not only did he scare the people who wanted to negotiate to lower their heads, but the others were also ashamed. Then he looked at the only man in the city hall who wasn't shouting or panicking. He asked with a serious expression, Phaedon, facing this terrible situation, do you have any suggestions? Phaedon was known as the citizen of Hegemon, who was the least like a Hegemon. He was tough, serious, and decisive. When he was first elected as a general, he didn't listen to anyone's advice and intercession. He strictly investigated the tax evasion at the port and offended a large number of merchants in Hegemon. Hegemon was originally a city-state with a developed trade. Many members of the council, made up of rich people, made things difficult for him. Since then, Phaedon was never elected as a general or a council again, until last year, when the army of Syracuse had reached the other side of the strait. The panicking people of Hegemon remembered this courageous citizen, and he was elected as a general again. At this moment, he said with a serious expression, Syracuse's army landed at Rockley. Although it's not too far from Hegemon, the Montalto Mountains, the southernmost part of the Apennines, the highest peak is nearly 2,000 meters, are very difficult to cross. If Syracuse wants to attack us, they can only use the rugged mountain path along the coast to reach Rockley. Therefore, as long as we send troops to guard the mountain pass, Syracuse's troops won't be able to do anything. Adelaide Cruz said excitedly, You think the same as me. Phaedon didn't mind the chief general's attempt to flatter him. He continued, Of course, we have to be careful of Syracuse. They'll go west from Lockery, pass through the famous ancient road that connects the east and west coasts, and reach Medmar. They'll then go south to attack Torina and open up a path to attack Ligwem. This is indeed a very worrying problem. After Phaedon's explanation, Adeli Cruz's messy thoughts were cleared up. He frowned and thought for a while, then said loudly, "We have to remind Torina to strengthen its defense and be on guard against the enemy that might attack from the north. Also, we have to send reinforcements to Torina. Otherwise, with its strength, even with the Maro River as a barrier, it'll be hard to defend against the attack of Syracuse's army." The people who were panicking before now nodded in agreement. Adeli Cruz ignored them and asked in a hurried and humble tone, "Phaedon, is there anything else we need to consider?" "With the outbreak of this war, our trade route will definitely be cut off. Sirs, don't worry about your own trade anymore." Phaedon said seriously, "Even if our original warships stay here, they won't be a match for Syracuse's fleet. It's better to leave it to Dionia. At least they can form a stronger fleet and cause some trouble for Syracuse." Phaedon's words made some people feel ashamed. "You're right. That's why I want to leave the warships to Dionia." Adeli Cruz immediately followed up. Someone retorted, "Syracuse are not idiots. They might use their fleet to bypass the coastal path and land near Hegemon." Phaedon shook his head and said, "We all know that the coastline near the Strait of Messina is mostly steep cliffs and covered with reefs. There are very few good beaches and bays, and the best two are already occupied by us," referring to the city of Hegemon and the port, which are located in two different places. "That's why we're only going to defend the remaining few beaches. I believe that no matter how strong Syracuse's army is, they won't dare to land in front of our well-fortified formation and sacrifice so much." Phaedon's words made the fear in the people's hearts dissipate. Adeli Cruz seized the opportunity and said, "Now I suggest that Phaedon be the commander of Hegemon's army." Almost no one objected. Phaedon accepted the appointment with a solemn expression and said to the chief general, "Sir Adeli Cruz, while we strengthen our defense, we must immediately ask for reinforcements from Dionia. If Syracuse and Rockley attack Torina with full force, even if the soldiers from both cities work together, it will be difficult to defend against them. Don't worry." Adeli Cruz had already thought it through. He forced a smile and said, "I believe that Dionia, Crotone, and Silatina will soon find out that Syracuse has landed on Rockley. The Southern Alliance will be formed soon. How would Syracuse dare to attack us with full force in the face of a war?" "That's right. That's right." The others also echoed in agreement. "Of course, we must quickly contact Dionia and inform them of our current situation. We must discuss our next step with them. Considering that the enemy's fleet is already patrolling the eastern sea of Greece, we must immediately send an emissary on a fast ship to the port of Napatisha and head for Turiae." Adeli Cruz made his decision. The shocking news of Syracuse's army landing on Rockley spread across Greece. The citizens of Dionia were much calmer than the citizens of the other cities. They had never suffered a defeat before, and they firmly believed in their army, their senate, and especially their magical consul. Cunigarata and Calnarus bumped into each other on their way to the senate. "The worst has happened. Syracuse is really here. I heard that Dionysius is leading an army of no less than 100,000. Calnarus said gloomily as he walked, "That's why we must get Hieronymus to form the two new armies immediately." Cunigarata's mood was not much better than Calnarus. Felicius and Ansitanos should have received the news by now. I hope they can urge Crotone, Silitanos, and the other allies to form their armies as soon as possible. The storm is coming. Everyone is on the same boat, and no one can hide from it. I believe that Crotone and Silitanos will not hesitate this time. Calnarus was more certain of this. Yes, we can only rely on them for now. Cunigarata sighed. At this critical moment, he realized that the citizens of Dionia, the Senate, and himself were all relying on the young consul. Where is Sir Devers? Has he received the news of Syracuse's army's attack? There was an urgent report from the north yesterday. Sir Devers has arrived at Fort Laus with his army and is preparing to head to Laos and take a boat to Picassus. It will take a day for the messenger to travel from Fort Laos to Turin at full speed. I believe he has already arrived at Picassus and is with Antalis. He will soon receive the news of Syracuse's invasion of Greece, Calnarus said. The elders of the Senate were paying close attention to the Devers' movements. Kunigarata had been busy helping Sicerian build the military port and had forgotten to ask about the Devers. I hope he can defeat the Simonians as soon as possible. Come back as soon as possible, Kunigarata said with anticipation. At this time, they were about to cross the Victory Square where a group of children were playing. Some young people were practicing running around the square, mainly because the arena and other venues in Turin were occupied by the citizens for ball games, causing the rapidly expanding city of Turin to be unable to accommodate the citizens for fitness and sports training. Some old people were lying on the ground, basking in the sun while leaning on the steps or memorial pillars. Some people were reading books that they had just copied from the library. There was a temporary wooden platform in the center of the square. The teachers from the Faculty of Mathematics were teaching simple arithmetic knowledge to the public, attracting many people to listen and learn. This was a good habit developed by the two disciples of Pythagoras in Amendolara and had been persisted since then. This was because the dean of the Faculty of Mathematics, Metodicus, had always thought that this was the best way to expand the influence of their faculty and attract good students. Ever since Lysias became the dean of the Faculty of Arts, he did not want to be outdone. Every day, he would also send teachers to the Victory Square to stand in front of the bill announcement board under the steps of the Senate to read the contents of the newly issued bill announcement to the public, explaining the application of some common grammar, pointing out some rhetorical errors in the announcement. This made the scribes in the Senate very careful, fearing that they would make mistakes, and also talking about the legal provisions of Dionia as well as debating skills. Naturally, this attracted many people to listen and learn. Chapter 406. Standing on the steps in front of the Senate, Kunigrata looked back at everything in front of him. The peace and harmony of the square reminded him of the painful memories in his heart. His expression gradually became determined. It's not easy for the Dionia alliance to reach what it is today. We must not allow the people of Syracuse to destroy it. Cornelius, who also had painful memories, no longer had his usual gentleness. Even if we have to donate all our money, we must win this war. Only then can the people of Dionia have a future. Syracuse was very busy these few days. On one hand, he had to reorganize the mixed fleet from various alliances that had just gathered in Turiae. On the other hand, he had to establish the subdivisions, arrange the accommodation and food for the sailors, maintain the warships, install the crows, and many other matters. On the other hand, he had to participate in and guide the construction of the dry dock, the naval port, and set up the cordon to prevent anyone from approaching and watching the naval training. Now, the stretch of river from the port to the shrine of Hera had become a large construction site. Thousands of Dionia people were busy building and expanding the naval base. With the help of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Turiae City Hall, Syracuse was much more relaxed. But what worried him the most was that the two new legions had not been formed yet, and he could not practice his new tactics at all. So when the news that the army of Syracuse had landed in Rockley and Syracuse's fleet of nearly 500 warships were stationed in the northern sea of Rockley to protect Syracuse's troop transport fleet, not only did the Devers' warning and plan, he also did not have the slightest desire to go to war. In the headquarters of the Southern Alliance of Cilicia, the representatives of the various city-states, led by Ansitanos, put aside unnecessary quarrels and quickly reached an agreement. The city-states of the Southern Alliance would do their best to send as many troops as possible to form a coalition army, and the commander of the coalition army would temporarily be Felicius. If the Devers were to lead the troops into battle, the position of commander-in-chief would naturally belong to him. However, he was not around, so the representatives of the various city-states believed that Felicius's prestige was not enough to make the generals of the other city-states completely follow the White Tiger. He could only be a temporary replacement. Furthermore, Felicius had to discuss with the generals of the other city-states before making any important decisions. In addition, the Allied army could freely march, station, and set up camp in any city-state or territory of the Southern Alliance. The rations were provided by each city-state according to its strength. Of course, Dionia had the most, but Crotone and Lygum also had a lot. Fortunately, it was only the end of October, and the autumn harvest had just ended. So the citizens of each city-state had enough food to spare. The granary specially built by the Alliance of Dionia a few years ago was full, so there was no worry of food shortage for the time being. Once the agreement was reached, the representatives of the various cities immediately returned to their respective cities and urged them to dispatch their troops. Only 2 people did not move. Ansetanos did so because Dionia had already made preparations before the Devers left. He only needed to wait for the arrival of the 4th and 5th legions in the west courtyard. The other person was the emissary of Corunna, Alapados, because Corunna was already at the front line of the battlefield. The entire Corunna had begun to mobilize for war, preparing to defend against the attack of Syracuse. As the emissary, he had a great responsibility. He had to stay here and urge the reinforcements of the other city-states to hurry to Corunna as soon as possible. Sir Ansetanos, are you sure that the army of Dionia has already set off? He asked anxiously again. When I set off from Asprostum, our Legio IV had already gathered their soldiers in the square. Based on my understanding of the Alliance's army, they should be on their way now. That's good. That's good, Alapados said, but he was fidgeting as if he had a sore on his butt. He then asked, Then, has the 5th Legion of yours set off too? The commander of the 5th Legion of Dionia doesn't have any hobbies other than fighting. As soon as he receives the order, he will definitely gather his troops and set off immediately. I even think that the 5th Legion may set off earlier than Legio IV, Ansetanos said seriously. Alapados calmed down a little. Ansetanos saw him, stomping his feet and tapping the wooden table with his right hand, looking anxious. He could not help but remind him, I suggest that you go to the city hall of Silatina and urge them to mobilize the militia as soon as possible. Silatina? Alapados was a little confused. According to the agreement, their army was not going to Corunna. Ansetanos explained to him seriously, Silatina, Trine, and Crotone are in charge of defending the north bank of the Ramato River. But if the people of Syracuse cross the Ramato River and circle to the north of Corunna, then our plan to stop the people of Syracuse in the territory of Rockley and its allies will fail. Alapados immediately came to his senses. He immediately stood up and said, You're right. I'll go find Sir Pertines now. On this day in Rockley, Dionysius encountered problem. His original plan was for the entire fleet to sail north from Syracuse early in the morning and reach Rockley in a day. Therefore, he specially asked the most experienced sailors to pick a day when the main force of Dionia was going to travel to Potentia. At the same time, it was a peaceful day. The huge fleet arrived at Lockley without a hitch, but after entering the port, they encountered a lot of trouble. Rockley did not have a natural port like Syracuse, which could easily accommodate thousands of ships. Rockley's port was also not as big as Syracuse's. It could only accommodate 500 to 600 ships at a time. At the same time as a city-state, Rockley had limited manpower. It had never handled a series of landing procedures for nearly 10,000 ships at the port, such as arrival, unloading, transportation, leaving, and rotation. This required sufficient labor, orderly organization, strong management, and rich experience. Rockley did not have all of these. In order to keep it a secret and achieve the purpose of a surprise attack, Dionysius had sent a clipper to Rockley the day before. Therefore, Rockley was not fully prepared. As a result, a large number of goods could not be cleaned in time after being unloaded. They piled up at the port, blocking the way for the soldiers to go ashore. The soldiers of Syracuse had to clean them up themselves. The soldiers who had been drifting at sea for almost a day were very tired. They were eager to rest. Of course, they were angry and would have conflicts with the workers at the port if they did not agree. The ships that had finished unloading were eager to leave through the gaps, while the ships that came to unload were eager to dock. How could the officials in Rockley take care of so many ships? Ships collided with each other, and crew members fell into the water from time to time. There were even a few ships that were collided with each other and ended up capsizing due to the damage to their hulls. Outside the port, thousands of ships stopped on the sea. Whether it was the sailors or the soldiers, they were all eager to go ashore and rest. The ship owners were anxious to complete their task quickly and leave. They were worried that although the sea conditions were good, the weather in the Mediterranean Sea was ever-changing. If a sudden storm came, all the ships would be smashed to the shore. They would not even have a place to hide and would be crushed together. Dionysius was one of the first to go ashore. When he saw that Rockley port had quickly descended into chaos, he was extremely anxious. He even lost his temper with his brother-in-law, Demodorus, who had always welcomed him. However, anger was useless. The problem was there, and it had to be solved as soon as possible. Therefore, Dionysius had no choice but to strictly order the people who had already gone ashore to work as laborers. They had to listen to the commands of the people at Rockley port to help move the goods, clear the port, and mediate the conflict. At the same time, he had no choice but to order all the transport ships outside the port to land at the beach near Rockley and let the soldiers go ashore. After giving these orders, Dionysius knew that the terrible situation at Rockley port would be greatly improved. However, there were still a lot of things to deal with. Without 2 to 3 days to settle and reorganize, the army of Syracuse would not be able to send out their troops. In order to not see and not feel annoyed, Dionysius left a few generals and ministers in charge of coordinating and commanding the landing. He left the port with Phoebides and the others and entered Rockley City. It was Phoebides's first time in Rockley. While he was carefully looking at the buildings in the city, he heard Dionysius ask softly, "Phoebides, where do you think our first target should be?" Phoebides glanced at him, then glanced at the others who were separated by the guards behind them. He felt strange. Previously, when he was in Syracuse, he had already expressed his opinion to this tyrant. Why hadn't he made up his mind yet? So he said with certainty again, "My first choice is still Corunna." Hearing this, Dionysius fell silent. He understood Phoebides's intention. While the various city-states of the Southern Alliance were not ready for war, he would attack so quickly that they could not form an alliance. However, the reason why he was hesitating was not because the army of Syracuse was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. However, there were too many fat sheep, and he did not know which one to eat first. It was because he already had a target in his heart, and that was Hegemon. Chapter 407. In order to prepare for this great war, Dionysius had not only raised taxes on the people of Syracuse and depleted his own treasury, but he had also borrowed money from the city-state of Cyrenaica in Africa. He had even thought of robbing the sanctuary of Delphi, because there were not just tens of thousands of gold and silver that had been donated to Delphi by the various Greek city-states for hundreds of years. In real history, Dionysius had sent mercenaries to pretend to be bandits in an attempt to rob Delphi during his occupation of Great Greece, but the plot failed in the end. If he captured Hegemon, not only could he directly obtain a large amount of wealth to make up for the deficit in the treasury, but he could also completely monopolize the Strait of Messina. Just the taxes from the passing merchant ships would be enough to sustain his long-term occupation of Great Greece. As for the purely military considerations of removing the nail behind him, Hegemon, before the army attacked north, he really did not care too much. Phoebides was not in Dionysius's position. Of course, he could not consider this war from an economic perspective and thus understand Dionysius's hesitation. As a stubborn Sparta, although he had already stated his reasons for choosing Corunia before he set off, he still decided to say it again to strengthen Dionysius's determination. Although Hegemon is isolated by Locri and isolated from the Southern Alliance, it's not easy to attack it. I've seen the map you gave me. There are insurmountable mountains in the center of the north of Ligym, and the east coast can only be reached by narrow mountain roads. To go to the west coast, we have to pass through the Maro River and capture its sub-state, Taurina, before we can open the road to Ligym. The people of Ligym and Taurina will definitely defend the south bank of the Maro River with all their strength. The area there is narrow and not conducive for the deployment of the main forces of Syracuse. It will take some time to attack the territory of Ligym, but the Southern Italy alliance will use this time to build an army and prepare for the defense of Corunna and Trine. They may even attack Locri when we attack Ligym. If we delay until the consul of Dionia returns with the main force from Lucania municipality, our war in Great Greece will not be easy. Phoebides' last two sentences shocked Dionysius, even though he seemed to be unconcerned. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Dionysian army, led by the Devers, to rush back from the Lucania mountains. His troubles have just begun. As long as we seize the moment and continue to attack the north before the Southern Alliance is ready for war, we will definitely be able to completely destroy their alliance. When that time comes, Ligym will be nothing more than a fish in a net. He won't be able to escape. Even if the main forces of Dionia can return from Lucania city, they won't be of much help to the entire battlefield. Dionysius didn't say anything, but Phoebides' persuasion had already made him decide. At dusk, the door of the Southern Alliance's headquarters was suddenly pushed open. Alipatos's entourage shouted, "Sir! Sir! The army of Dionia has arrived!" Alipatos, who was drowsy from exhaustion, couldn't believe his ears. They arrived so soon. In the afternoon, at his urging, he saw with his own eyes that the Siltine City Hall had sent out cavalry to inform all the citizens of the city. According to the common practice of the Greek city-states, when the citizens of Siltine received the notice to join the war, they would need at least a day to settle their affairs at home. Only then would they pick up the weapons and equipment stored at home and rush to the square in Siltine. It was considered fast to be able to complete the assembly and roll call of the citizen soldiers the day after tomorrow. As for the formation of the troops, the preparation of the supplies, when everything was ready, the chief general of Siltine, Pruthenis, promised him that he would try his best to lead the troops to set off in 3 days. Alipatos was quite satisfied with the performance of Siltine today compared to the previous preparations of his city-state. Hence, when Ansitanos said that he only thought that the scholar wanted to show Dionia's positive attitude, in his heart he didn't think that the Dionia could really do it. Therefore, when Dionia learned of the invasion of Syracuse and they really arrived at Siltine, Alipatos was pleasantly surprised. "Sir Ansitanos, that's great. Thank you so much." He hurriedly thanked Ansitanos, who was equally exhausted. Ansitanos wasn't arrogant. He waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with me. You should thank the soldiers of Dionia who rushed all the way here. You have to know that it's more than 80 kilometers from Asprustum to Siltine. It's really not easy to get here in a day." "You're right." After receiving Ansitanos's reminder, Alipatos hurried out of the city. When they arrived, the soldiers of Dionia's Legio had already started to set up a simple camp by the road south of Siltine city. Alipatos couldn't help but feel apologetic when he saw them half-naked and drenched in sweat. They followed the soldiers' directions and found Commander Felicius, who was sitting on the grass discussing some matters with Epitines. "Lord Ansitanos, why are you here?" Epicthenes shouted before him with his sharp eyes. "Since you've worked so hard to get here, of course I have to come and visit you," Ansitanos said seriously. The rapid arrival of the 4th Legion shocked the Siltine and the other city-states of the Southern Alliance. It could be said to be a very good example, and it also made Ansitanos's words carry more weight in the alliance. He felt honored as well. "Who comes empty-handed?" Epitines said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "Epitines!" Felicius quickly gave him a look, signaling him not to go overboard. Ansitanos didn't mind it too much. After all, they often met in the Senate, and he knew what kind of person Epitines was. He smiled and said, "What do you want me to bring?" "Not me. It's the soldiers who have been working hard for the whole day. They don't even have time to find water when they're thirsty, and now they have to set up camp." Epictetus pointed at the soldiers who were still working, and then at his dry lips. "Look, we're dying of thirst." "Aye, you're really too." Eulipitos was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He turned to his follower and said, "Go back to the Alliance's encampment immediately and gather everyone. Go to the restaurants in the city to buy water and have them send it here. Hey, we have almost 10,000 people here. I estimate that another 10,000 people from the 5th Legion will arrive at night. It's not just the water problem. We came too fast, and the supply camp is still behind us. They'll probably only arrive tomorrow. These cold, hard bread aren't enough to replenish the soldiers' energy after such a long journey." Epicthetus took out his rations and waved them in front of Eulipitos, reminding him bluntly, "He's joking with you." Felicius glared at Epictetus. "We have bread and meat. It's enough to fill our stomachs. You don't have to worry. I can't solve the problem of food supply for so many soldiers in Siricium. But as long as you come to Kyrenia, I promise the people of Kyrenia will make sure you're well fed." While Eulipitos expressed his apologies, he also subtly urged the Dionians. At the same time, he issued an order to his followers. "If the eateries in the city don't have enough pulp, send word to the citizens of Cirium. As long as they send us their homemade pulp, we'll pay double the price for each bottle they send," the follower responded and left. "Thank you so much." Felicius quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. "This is the messenger of Kyrenia, Eulipitos." Ansitanos quickly introduced him. "Oh." Epictetus pursed his lips and thought, "So you're from Kyrenia? You should pay for the water. I didn't expect you to come so soon. I didn't prepare anything. Otherwise, I would have invited you to a banquet to express my gratitude." "There's no need for a banquet. Our military law doesn't allow generals and soldiers to eat and drink to their heart's content during a war. We've brought our own rations for a few days, but I'm afraid that the supply camp won't be able to supply them. If that happens, we'll really have to consider asking Kyrenia to provide us with food first." Now that he was a commander, Felicius had to consider every detail. "Of course not. I'll send someone back tomorrow to inform the city hall to prepare the rations. I've just said that the people of Kyrenia will make sure that the people of Dionia are well fed." Eulipitos promised without hesitation. Looking at the countless soldiers in front of him, lifting their pickaxes and digging trenches. Sweating profusely, Eulipitos could not help but ask curiously, "You guys are already very tired after arriving here. You can just set up tents and rest. Why are you still digging trenches?" "This is a regulation of the military law of Dionia. It's mainly to provide a safer and more comfortable camp for the soldiers," Ansitanos explained. Ansitanos explained conveniently. Since Dionia had been established for a long time, the veterans like them had learned some of the rules of the army. "Your army is really strict." As a citizen, Eulipitos had served in the army many times. Comparing himself to the soldiers of Dionia in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh.